Chapter 45:15. But this time, Yi Chu Tianji's source-grade armor was pierced through and could no longer block Lu Ming's attack. Puff! The terrifying spear light pierced through Yi Chu Tianji's body and entered his body. Ah, Lu Ming, the heavenly palace won't let you go. Yi Chu Tianji let out a blood-curdling scream before his body was destroyed by the destructive power of the spear light. Even his soul was annihilated along with it. Yi Chu Tianji was dead. This time he was truly dead. There was no way he could come back to life. This former strongest heavenly emperor had just broken through to the divine master realm and was full of ambition. He wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, but in the end, he lost his life in Lu Ming's hands. Only the source-grade armor was left floating in the air, its light dim. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the source-level divine armor in his hand. What a pity! Lu Ming shook his head. The armor was damaged. If it was intact, it would be too useful. Lu Ming was very tempted by its defensive power. If it weren't for the fact that the War God Spear was a top-tier source-grade weapon, it would have been difficult to break through the armor. With such an armor, he could save his life at a critical moment. In the untainted universe, source-grade magic weapons were already extremely rare, let alone defense-type ones. Every single one of them was extremely rare. Every single one of them was a peerless treasure. Even reciprocity experts would put their lives on the line for a source-grade armor like this. It was too rare. This could be seen from the Life Spirit Heavenly Court's 18 Guardian Divine Weapons. The 18 Temple Garrison Divine Weapons were all offensive divine weapons. None of them were defensive divine weapons. It could be seen from this. But now that it was damaged, it wasn't very useful. I'll keep it first and see if I can find someone to repair it. If not, I'll just give it to Qiuqiu. Lu Ming pondered. Speaking of Qiuqiu, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Qiuqiu on his wrist. In the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, Qiuqiu had swallowed a damaged source-grade weapon and reached the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Later on, they stayed in the Creation Divine Formation for 300 years. During this time, Lu Ming gave the other damaged source-grade weapons and master-grade weapons to Qiuqiu. During that time, Qiuqiu had been digesting the damaged source-grade weapons and master-grade weapons. Lu Ming originally thought that with Qiuqiu's physique, he could quickly break through to the Divine Master Realm. But in reality, Qiuqiu was still at the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Could it be that Qiuqiu had also encountered a bottleneck? Or did it not eat enough damaged source-grade weapons? During this period of time, Qiuqiu was in a deep sleep and focused on refining. Lu Ming did not ask about it. Lu Ming, what do we do now? Ling Yue flew over and asked. Yue, you enter my space first. I'll use the Great Imitation technique to test it out. Lu Ming said. You have to be careful. Yue nodded and entered the Chaos Ring. As for Lu Ming, he transformed into a young heavenly human. He was one of the people who had entered before. Then he headed towards the exit of the first floor. At this moment, outside the Elven ancestral land, there was an uproar. Several terrifying auras reverberated in the void, filled with terrifying pressure. Lu Ming is in the Elven ancestral land. Damn it, Yichu Tianji is in danger. Yechu of Beach roared. The heavenly human race was also divided into many factions, most of which were divided by surname. Yechu Tianji was the strongest genius in the Yechu sect. His future was limitless. He had been nurtured by the Yechu sect with all their might, and who knew how many resources had been spent. However, from the news that Yechu Tianji had just sent out, he seemed to be in danger. Yechu Tianji has already broken through to the Divine Master Realm. Is he still not a match for Lu Ming? Yelling Flight said with a frown. That Lu Ming is too monstrous. He can't be measured by common sense. Maybe he has also broken through to the Divine Master Realm. Although it's inconceivable, we have to be prepared for it. Yechu of Beach said, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. How did Lu Ming get in? Could it be that he was already inside with the Elven Princess? Or did he sneak in with Yechu Tianji and the others? Yelling Flight said. It's hard to say. It's possible. Yechu of Beach said. If he really sneaked in with Yechu Tianji and the others, then this person's disguise technique is really amazing. He can even fool us. Maybe later, he will impersonate us and come out. Yelling Flight said. Brother Fidu and I have the same idea. Yechu of Beach nodded, then suddenly raised his voice and rang in everyone's ears. Listen up, whoever comes out of the elven ancestral land, no matter who they are, don't let them go. Take them all and let us interrogate them. Yes. The others answered loudly. Lu Ming passed through the 9th floor, the 8th floor. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the 1st floor. Looking at the entrance, Lu Ming frowned. For some reason, he felt that this trip would not be so easy. Since they had already received the news of Yechu Tianji, the people of the Heavenly Palace would definitely not let him go so easily. Perhaps, everyone who came out would be carefully examined. Lu Ming could use the great imitation technique to fool people like the Lord of Heaven. But that was because the other party did not check carefully. If they took him down and carefully examined him, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Not to mention anything else, they would be able to find out if he said a few words. He only imitated the other party's appearance and aura, but he did not know the other party's memories at all. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Lu Ming stepped out and entered the exit. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the hall outside. However, Lu Ming stood at the edge of the entrance and did not take a step forward. Instead, he looked around. Then his heart skipped a beat. In the hall, there were many masters of the Heavenly Palace, who surrounded the exit so that not even a drop of water could pass through. At this time, these people's eyes fell on Lu Ming, and there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Yi Lingxian, so it's you? Why did you come out alone? Where are the others? A burly heavenly human tribe man asked. Only then did Lu Ming know that the heavenly human youth he had imitated was called Yi Lingxian. It's like this, I suddenly had a feeling that my realm might be showing signs of a breakthrough. So the emperor asked me to come out and return to the heavenly palace to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming said. This reason was actually very appropriate. Some people might feel an opportunity to break through at the last moment, so it was normal for them to go back and find a place to break through safely. If there was no news from Yechu Tianji, he would most likely be able to fool them and successfully leave here. However, these people were only half believing and half doubting. Their spiritual consciousness swept over Lu Ming's body and confirmed that the life origin aura was indeed Yi Lingxian. However, the Lord of Heaven had ordered that no matter who came out, they would be taken down. The Apex. Chapter 45:16. Alright Yi Lingxian, come out first. Your breakthrough is more important. Hurry back to the Heavenly Palace. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Human Tribe said. His eyes flashed with a hint of urgency, and Lu Ming caught it clearly. Let me think about it. The journey back to the Heavenly Palace is too far. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Everyone, how about this? Give me some pills, and I'll break through in the elf tribe's ancestral land. How about that? After saying that, Lu Ming moved slowly, as if he was going to re-enter the elf tribe's ancestral land. The surrounding people were a little anxious. Yi Lingxian, come out first. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Human Tribe slowly approached Lu Ming. Looks like these people would rather kill 100 by mistake than let one person go. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It was impossible to escape by pretending to be a member of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Take him down. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the main hall. Then, a powerful force surged in and rushed toward Lu Ming, trying to suppress Lu Ming. This was the attack of someone on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He burst out with energy and rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared on the first level of the elf tribe's ancestral land. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, Yechu of Beach rushed in with a gloomy face. That kid is Lu Ming. Don't even think about leaving. Yechu of Beach roared and rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, he also appeared on the first level of the elf tribe's ancestral land. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw Yechu of Beach. He quickly retreated. Lu Ming, where's Yechu Tianji? What did you do to him? Yechu of Beach roared and grabbed with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Before the palm arrived, a terrifying force had already pressed down on Lu Ming. Bang! The ground beneath Lu Ming's feet directly exploded. The bones all over his body crackled and dozens of them broke. He wanted to retreat and dodge, but he couldn't do it at all. He was completely suppressed by this force and couldn't move at all. I'm in trouble. Lu Ming's expression was ugly. However, at this moment, emerald green rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. These rays of light appeared out of nowhere and surged towards Yechu of Beech's large hand like waves. King Yechu's roar shook violently. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier like it was made of porcelain. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Then the emerald green light surged toward Yechu of Beech. Break! Yechu of Beech roared and a battle sword appeared in his hand. This was a master-level divine weapon. He roared and the supreme power of heaven erupted. He slashed with the sword with all his strength, trying to split the emerald green light apart. However, when the battle sword slashed into the emerald green light, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It had no effect on the emerald green light at all. The emerald green light hit Yechu of Beech. His body shook violently, and he couldn't help but step back and spit out a mouthful of blood. Old man of the elf tribe, Yechu of Beech roared. This was a restriction set up by the ancestors of the elf tribe. Once one's age exceeded the age limit, they would be suppressed by the restriction. Obviously, this restriction was very powerful. Even the existence of the Lord of Heaven couldn't resist it. Lu Ming, surrender obediently and I'll leave your corpse intact. Yechu of Beech roared, his eyes cold. That's what Yi Chu Tianji said to me in the past. Now I've killed him. Lu Ming said lightly. Yi Chu Tianji's origin-level divine weapon armor appeared in his hand. Moreover, he had also changed back to his original appearance. Since he had been guessed correctly, there was no need to hide it. You're courting death. Yechu of Beech roared. Looking at the origin-level divine weapon armor in Lu Ming's hand, his eyes were about to spit fire. The strong murderous intent almost materialized. The fact that the origin-level divine weapon armor was in Lu Ming's hand meant that Yi Chu Tianji was really dead. The strongest emperor, a peerless genius with a 12-star combat strength, was killed by Lu Ming just like that. This was a great loss for the heavenly human tribe. For the Yi Chu sect, it was an incalculable loss. His heart was bleeding. Oh, you want to kill me? Come on, I'm right here. Come and kill me. Lu Ming stretched out his arms as if waiting for Yechu of Beech to kill him. This made Yechu of Beech gnash his teeth in anger. He roared and wanted to kill Lu Ming, but when he was hit by the green light, he couldn't help but spit out blood and retreat. Now, the green light between heaven and earth was getting denser and denser. It gathered together and kept rushing toward Yechu of Beech. Puff, puff. Yechu of Beech spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his injuries were quite serious. If this continued, he would be killed by the power of the restriction here. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The heavenly masters of the heavenly palace will soon come and break the restriction here. When that time comes, you will end up very miserable. I promise. Yechu of Beech roared and then quickly retreated out of the exit of the ancestral land of the elf tribe. Lu Ming's face became serious. The situation was indeed not good. The exit was blocked, and there was no way out. He could only stay in the ancestral land of the elf tribe. Once the heavenly masters of the heavenly palace came and broke the restriction of the ancestral land of the elf tribe, he would have nowhere to run. Let's try to send a message to Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming took out the special voice transmission jade talisman of the Heaven Destroyer. However, it was useless. The message could not be sent out. It was blocked by the restriction here. It's really over. This restriction. Lu Ming had a love-hate relationship with the restriction of the ancestral land of the elf tribe. If it wasn't for this restriction, the people of the heavenly palace would have already killed their way in. However, the restriction now prevented him from sending a message. Without help, he would die sooner or later. Lu Ming tried a few more times, but it was useless. Then he tried to go to the second level, but it was still useless. The restriction on the second level was stronger, and the message could not be sent out. Find Yue and ask for news. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to explore the Great Desolate Ring and contacted Ling Yue. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yue appeared in front of him. Lu Ming, what kind of treasure is that? It's too magical. When Ling Yue saw Lu Ming, she said in shock. Right now, the elves in the Great Desolate Ring were all stunned. The continent inside the Great Desolate Ring was simply too big. Moreover, the cultivation environment was simply too good. It gave Ling Yue the feeling of being in the supreme immortal city. She had casually explored it just now and was stunned. This is called the Great Desolate Ring. It's the most precious treasure of the heavenly court. Lu Ming did not hide anything and said it directly. He did not want to hide anything from Ling Yue. Actually, there was no need to hide it. This was because there were many heavenly human races who had not died in the life-spirit heavenly court. The upper echelons of the heavenly palace probably knew that he had obtained the Great Desolate Ring by now. It's actually the most precious treasure of the life-spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue was also deeply shocked as she said, "Could it be that something happened to the life-spirit heavenly court? My life-spirit origin stone fragment from before flew away on its own." Lu Ming and Ling Yue had a simple conversation about the life-spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue's life-spirit origin stone fragment had indeed flown away on its own. But that was because the elf tribe had encountered a great calamity. So how could she have the mood to care about the life-spirit origin stone fragment? Peak. Chapter 45:17. Lu Ming also briefly explained the matter of the life-spirit heavenly court and asked, "Yue, are there any other exits in the ancestral land of the elves?" "No, what's wrong? You can't get out of the previous exit?" Ling Yue said. "I can't get out. The news has been spread." Lu Ming recounted what had happened before. Ling Yue's expression became serious again. After a long while, Ling Yue pulled Lu Ming's big hand and said, "Lu Ming, I've implicated you." "Silly girl. What are you talking about? I've implicated you all. Don't worry, even if I die, I will send you all out safely. Also, take this seed of the saint tree with you. If you can escape, you can plant it." Lu Ming took out the holy tree seed that he had left behind all those years ago, and placed it in Ling Yue's hands. "Lu Ming." Ling Yue's eyes were slightly red as she said, "You can't die. I won't allow you to die. I want you to use your entire life to compensate me." "Ha, don't worry. I, Lu Ming, have lived for so many years. What kind of scene have I not seen? It won't be that easy for the heavenly palace to kill me." A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Since there was no other way, he could only go all out. Lu Ming still had one more trump card, and that was the purple copper coffin. At this time, even if Lu Ming didn't want to open it, he had to. Taking advantage of the fact that the former Empyrean level expert had yet to arrive, Lu Ming planned to use the purple copper coffin to fight. Otherwise, when the Empyrean level expert arrived, even if he used the purple copper coffin, he might not be able to escape. Lu Ming let Ling Yue rush into the Great Desolate Ring, then summoned the purple copper coffin and walked towards the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the entrance and arrived at the Great Hall. Of course, Lu Ming was close to the whirlpool, ready to escape if the situation went wrong. "It's Lu Ming." The moment Lu Ming appeared, he was discovered. The people from the heavenly palace looked at Lu Ming in shock. They obviously did not expect Lu Ming to actually dare to come out. "The Lord of Heaven is not here." Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and knew that the Lord of Heaven was not here. Lu Ming had already been discovered. The people from the heavenly palace had never thought that Lu Ming would dare to come out. So the Lord of Heaven was not guarding the Great Hall's palace. "Take him down." The people from the heavenly palace came to their senses. They roared and charged toward Lu Ming. All kinds of attacks also surged toward Lu Ming. "Go to hell." Lu Ming sneered. He grabbed the purple copper coffin with both hands and pushed it with all his might, trying to open the lid of the purple copper coffin. However, it did not budge. The lid of the purple copper coffin did not budge, not even an inch. "What's going on?" Lu Ming was a little anxious. He pushed again, but it still did not budge. At this moment, the attacks from the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace experts were about to reach. There was no lack of terrifying experts among them. At this critical moment, Lu Ming could only place the purple copper coffin in front of him and retreat rapidly. Dang dang dang, many attacks bombarded the purple copper coffin, causing violent vibrations. The powerful force made Lu Ming retreat even faster. He rushed directly into the whirlpool and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared on the first level of the elf ancestral land. The powerful force made him retreat continuously, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's face was a little pale. Although the purple copper coffin had blocked those attacks, he was still injured by the rebound force. However, Lu Ming's face was very ugly. He was more concerned about the purple copper coffin. Why couldn't the purple copper coffin open just now? Let's try again. Lu Ming continued to push the lid of the purple copper coffin, but it still did not budge. No matter what method Lu Ming used, he could not open it. Nest, you dropped the ball at this critical moment. Lu Ming really wanted to curse out loud. What's wrong with the purple copper coffin? What happened? Why can't I open it? It used to be easy to open. When Lu Ming first got the purple copper coffin, his cultivation was very low, but he could open it. Now that his cultivation had reached the almighty realm, he could not open it? What the hell happened? Could it be related to his past self? The last time he opened the purple copper coffin, his past self was sucked into the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming had never used the purple copper coffin again. Now he could not open it when he took it out. The purple copper coffin could not be used. His strongest trump card was gone. How could he get out? Soon, Lu Ming returned to the first level and sat cross-legged. There was no other way. He could only take it one step at a time. Staying on the first level, Lu Ming observed the movements outside at all times. However, behind Lu Ming was the entrance to the second level. This was also to prevent accidents. If something went wrong, he could quickly rush to the second level. Lu Ming did not wait for long. 2 days later, rumble. Heaven and earth began to shake violently. Following that, emerald green rays of light began to emanate from the ground and the void, rushing towards a certain direction. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox, an expert has rushed in. Could it be a heavenly master? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming guessed correctly. At this moment, the heavenly palace had indeed dispatched a lord of heaven. It was an old man, Minghua Tianzuan. After he arrived, he directly rushed into the ancestral land of the elf clan, which naturally triggered the attack of the ancestral land of the elf clan. On the first level, endless emerald green light rushed toward the heavenly masters of the heavenly human clan. However, Empyrean Minghua chopped down with his palm and split these multicolored lights apart. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, today you can't escape. Minghua Tianzuan spoke, and his voice instantly spread throughout the first level. He took a step forward and quickly closed the distance between him and Lu Ming. It's really a heavenly master. Retreat. Lu Ming was shocked. In a flash, he rushed into the entrance to the second level, and then quickly flew toward the entrance to the third level. Not long after Lu Ming entered the second level, Minghua Tianzuan also arrived at the entrance just now. He stepped out and also entered the second level. As soon as he arrived at the second level, endless emerald green light appeared on the second level and rushed toward Minghua Tianzuan. Tens of thousands of rays of light gathered together and rushed out like a vast sea. Minghua Tianzuan's palm was still like a knife. With a slap, an incomparably huge sword light burst out from his palm and slashed toward the emerald green light. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the emerald green light kept flickering. However, there were more rays of light rushing toward Minghua Tianzuan. The restrictive power of the second level was obviously much stronger than the first level. However, it still couldn't stop Minghua Tianzuan. His palm kept slashing down, breaking the rays of light and chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming was already familiar with the ancestral land of the elf clan. Soon he arrived at the entrance to the third level and entered the third level. Then he rushed to the fourth level without stopping. The second level didn't trap Minghua Tianzuan for long. Soon he also arrived at the third level. The Apex. Chapter 45:18. The forbidden power of the third floor was even more terrifying. When Minghua Tianzuan set foot on the third floor, the emerald light that filled the sky rushed toward Minghua Tianzuan, wanting to drown him. Old fellows of the elven race, when they were alive, they had to bow and scrape before me. Now that they're dead, they still want to stop me? What a joke. Minghua Tianzuan said indifferently. Thousands of bolts of lightning erupted from his body. This was the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment at the level of a heavenly venerate was just too terrifying. Who knew how many bolts of pure white lightning erupted in an instant? Who knew if there were hundreds of thousands or millions of bolts of lightning? They filled the entire sky and collided with the emerald light. Rumble. The world shook violently. Space was torn apart, and the ground constantly exploded. Huge craters appeared on the ground, as well as cracks that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. The entire third floor seemed like it was about to be torn apart. Not only that, but it also affected the first and second floors. The worlds of the first and second levels trembled continuously. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire world became extremely unstable. Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn as he approached the entrance to the fourth floor from the third floor. A heavenly venerate was just too powerful. The restrictions of the elven ancestral land were most likely unable to stop them. After all, this was a living origin realm expert, while the ones who had set down the restrictions of the elven ancestral land were only origin realm experts who had already died. The difference in strength was a stark contrast. The elven ancestral land was naturally unable to stop a living heavenly venerate. The elven ancestral land is about to explode. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he charged into the entrance to the fourth floor without any hesitation. After arriving at the fourth floor, Lu Ming charged into the entrance to the fifth floor without any hesitation. The further he went, the stronger the restrictions became. Lu Ming hoped that the restrictions at the back would be able to stop them. Even if they couldn't, they could at least delay them for a while. The longer they delayed, the more likely variables would appear. Not long after Lu Ming arrived at the fourth floor, Minghua Tianzuan also arrived at the 10th floor. The restrictive power of the fourth floor was clearly stronger than that of the third floor. The emerald green light here was almost solid, turning into lines of runes that wrapped around Minghua Tianzuan. Minghua Tianzuan shouted. The power of heavenly punishment appeared in his right hand, and the power of heavenly punishment appeared in his left hand. The two supreme powers of heavens formed into two different swords. With a wave of his sword, boundless sword light burst out in all directions. The forbidden power of the elves' ancestral land was forcefully broken open. Terrifying sword marks appeared on the ground, almost splitting the entire fourth level. He strode forward, getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also pushed his speed to the limit, flying rapidly. Just like this, the two of them, one chasing the other, arrived at the 5th floor, the 6th floor, the 7th floor. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th floor. And Minghua Tianzuan also arrived at the 9th floor. The restrictive power of the 9th floor had almost reached its peak. Not only that, but the restrictive power of the first 8 floors also gathered at the 9th floor, turning into countless runes. These runes then condensed into incomparably huge arrows. Each of these arrows was as long as 100 miles, shooting toward Minghua Heavenly Empyrean. The elves' ancestral land only has 9 floors in total. Lu Ming, where do you think you can run to now? Minghua Tianzuan said indifferently. His voice spread far and wide, as if he was a cat catching a mouse. As he spoke, a battle sword appeared in his hand. This battle sword exuded a terrifying wave of energy. This was an source-level divine weapon. As a veteran celestial master of the Heavenly Palace, it was normal for him to have an source-level divine weapon. Clang. The source-level battle sword vibrated, making a loud sword sound. Sword chi soared into the sky, instantly triggering hundreds of millions of sword chi, colliding with the sky full of arrows. Rumble. The collision between the two sides destroyed heaven and earth, and the terrifying force swept in all directions. If this confrontation was in the universe, it would probably destroy a galaxy. The power was too strong, and the elves' ancestral land could not withstand such a terrifying collision. The space collapsed, the earth cracked, and the explosions continued. The first floor was the first to collapse. The restrictive power of the first floor was the weakest, and now that it gathered on the 9th floor to suppress Minghua Tianzuan, the restrictive power of the previous floors became even weaker. The protective power also became very weak, and could not withstand the terrifying aftermath at all. The earth of the first floor was completely torn apart, and the void was full of hideous cracks, looking incomparably terrifying. Then a big explosion occurred. The first floor was constantly exploding and annihilating, and was sucked into the endless dark void. The first floor of the elves' ancestral land was destroyed. Then the second floor, the third floor, One floor after another exploded. The evil spirits in the stone towers were also reduced to ashes by the terrifying power and dissipated into thin air. Lu Ming saw this scene through the space crack. He gasped, and his heart was extremely heavy. Soon, Lu Ming came to the entrance to the 10th floor. Standing there, Lu Ming did not move, and he was not in a hurry to rush to the 10th floor. He wanted to observe the situation. At the same time, he took out the purple copper coffin again and wanted to open it, but it did not move at all. // Ming Hua Tianzuan shouted, and his battle sword kept slashing out. However, the restrictive power of this floor was also incomparably strong. Most importantly, the restrictive power of the 10th floor was also activated, and it gathered together to suppress Ming Hua Tianzuan. For a moment, the two sides were in a deadlock, and Ming Hua Tianzuan could not rush over for a while. This made Ming Hua Tianzuan's eyes flash with anger. He took action personally, but he could not take down Lu Ming in a short time, which made him extremely unhappy and felt that he had lost face. He roared angrily, constantly urging his power to resist the restrictive power of the elves' ancestral land. At this time, the restrictive power of the elves' ancestral land was also at its peak. Endless emerald light condensed into 3 huge figures. These were 3 elves, and their bodies were emitting endless light. Their appearances could not be seen clearly, but it could be felt that their auras were extremely terrifying. They were definitely top experts. Are these the 3 origin realm experts in the history of the elves? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The restrictive power was at its peak, and 3 origin realm experts were condensed. They drew their bows at the same time, and shot an arrow at Ming Hua Tianzuan. There were only 3 arrows, and they were not big, but Ming Hua Tianzuan's eyes were extremely solemn. 2 marks appeared between his eyebrows, as if they were resonating with the universe. At this moment, his power had become even stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He slashed out 3 sword lights with all his might, and they slashed at the 3 arrows. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 arrows were blocked. However, the sword light that Minghua Heavenly Venerate had unleashed also dissipated. Kill! Minghua Tianzuan roared, and his figure soared into the sky, killing one of the origin realm experts of the elves. Chapter 45:19. Minghua Tianzuan charged at one of the origin realm elves with all his might. He pushed his origin realm sword with all his might, and destroyed the arrow of the origin realm elves with a single arrow. Then he continued to slash out with his sword, trying to kill them one by one. However, these 3 origin realm elves were not real living beings. They were formed by the power of the restriction. They could be said to be one entity. Therefore, their cooperation was flawless. The 2 of them shot out 2 terrifying arrows that went straight for Minghua Tianzuan's forehead and dantian. For cultivators, the forehead and dantian were the most vital points. They were too fast, their timing was too accurate, and their power was too strong. Minghua Tianzuan did not dare to agree. He could only use all his strength to block. Naturally, he could not attack one of them. Just like that, the 2 sides went back and forth for more than 10 rounds, but it was difficult to determine a victor. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 sides caused severe damage to the ancestral land of the elves. At this moment, the first 6 floors had already exploded and disappeared. The 7th floor was also full of holes. On the 7th floor, many stone towers cracked and many evil spirits rushed out. This was the 7th floor. The evil spirits suppressed here were already extremely powerful. In particular, the evil spirits in each stone tower were even more powerful. They roared and flew around randomly. In the blink of an eye, Minghua Tianzuan and the 3 elves exchanged more than 10 rounds, but there was still no victor. Listen up. I'll block the power of the restriction of the elves' ancestral land. You guys go and suppress Lu Ming. Minghua Tianzuan shouted to the other experts of the Heavenly Palace. He was also afraid that things would change if he delayed. This was because during this period of time, Heaven Destroyer had sent out many experts to secretly hide in the various star regions of the elves to save some elves. During this period of time, the experts of the Heavenly Palace had fought with these people many times. If time continued to delay, he was afraid that the origin realm experts of Heaven Destroyer would come and save Lu Ming. Therefore, he blocked the power of the restriction with all his strength, and let the others do the work. Go. Swish. Two figures pounced in Lu Ming's direction at high speed. They were Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight, the two Lord of Heaven. Their reactions were the fastest, and their speed was also the fastest. The first 6 levels had already been destroyed, leaving behind only some wreckage. Of course, since they had just been destroyed, the entire place was still filled with destructive power, and the void was extremely chaotic. Of course, this wasn't a problem for the two Lord of Heaven level figures. They charged through and quickly arrived at the 7th floor. Roar, roar, roar. JJK. When the two of them arrived at the 7th floor, those evil spirits screamed and charged at them. Mere evil spirits, exterminate. Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight shouted coldly. Their strongest heavenly power erupted, and their divine might was vast and mighty, especially since they both controlled the power of heavenly punishment. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts pressed down, and those evil spirits were struck by the thunderbolts. Their bodies were directly annihilated and turned into ashes. Only those evil spirits guarding the tower were stronger. They blocked the thunderbolts' attack and weren't immediately annihilated, but their light dimmed and they were severely injured. The evil spirits on the 7th floor couldn't stop the two Lord of Heaven at all. They quickly broke through the encirclement and arrived at the 8th floor. The evil spirits on the 8th floor were even more powerful, especially those guarding the tower. They were extremely terrifying existences. When Lu Ming and the others came to the last few floors, they didn't dare to open the stone tower at all. In the face of those guarding the tower, even if they had the royal blood of the elves, it would be useless. This was because the evil spirits here were all suppressed by the elves when they were alive. They were extremely terrifying existences. After turning into evil spirits, their strength was still astonishing. A large group of evil spirits charged at Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight, causing great trouble for them. That's right, evil spirits. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The evil spirits here might be a great help to him. Many of the evil spirits in the Evil Spirit Tower on the 9th floor had yet to be released. Lu Ming immediately contacted Ling Yue and asked her to lend him the Holy Tree Seed. Ling Yue naturally wouldn't be unwilling in the slightest. Lu Ming held the Holy Tree Seed and rushed towards a tall stone tower. After arriving at the bottom of the stone tower, Lu Ming directly opened the door of the stone tower. Then he threw a punch into the stone tower, causing it to shake violently. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the stone tower. Following that, an incomparably powerful aura spread out. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. Immediately, a terrifying evil spirit rushed out of the stone tower. This evil spirit's aura was incomparably powerful. Its gloomy and cold aura covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming shuddered. This evil spirit was absolutely terrifying. Its strength had probably reached the extremely high level of the Divine Master Realm. When it saw Lu Ming, it revealed a sinister expression and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly raised the Holy Tree Seed in his hand. The Holy Tree Seed emitted a hazy light and a mysterious aura spread out. When the evil spirit sensed the aura of the Holy Tree Seed, its body suddenly stopped. It looked at the Holy Tree Seed with fear in its eyes. Slowly, the evil spirit roared a few times and retreated. Its gaze fell on Minghua Tianzuan, who was fighting with the 3 elves. It hesitated for a moment, as if it was very afraid. It didn't dare to rush over, and could only pace around anxiously. How cowardly! Lu Ming disdained. However, although this evil spirit didn't dare to attack Minghua Tianzuan, it should be able to stop Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight from behind. This wasn't bad either. Lu Ming pounced on the next stone pagoda and released the evil spirit in the stone pagoda. Little bastard! Minghua Tianzuan roared angrily and wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However, the 3 elves wouldn't let him succeed. They kept attacking Minghua Tianzuan, leaving him with no time to spare. Soon Lu Ming opened more than a dozen stone towers on the 9th floor and released Lu Ming's pagoda guardian evil spirits. More than a dozen terrifying evil spirits, leading thousands of other evil spirits, were howling and roaring. It was extremely terrifying. When Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight rushed to the 9th floor, these evil spirits immediately discovered them and rushed towards them. As for the other people from the Heavenly Palace, they could only watch from the outside. With their strength, not only would they not be of help, but they would also be killed by the evil spirits. The evil spirits on the 9th floor were extremely powerful. Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight were blocked. The two of them rushed left and right, but they couldn't break out of the encirclement of the evil spirits. This made them extremely angry. They had clearly mobilized so many experts, but they still couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Soon more than 10 minutes passed. At this time Lu Ming's face changed and became a little ugly. This was because he found that Ming Hua Tianzuan was gradually suppressing the 3 elves. The power of the seal is constantly weakening. Lu Ming's face was a little ugly. Yes, the power of the seal was constantly weakening. After all, the power of the seal was dead and limited. In the constant confrontation with Ming Hua Tianzuan, the power of the seal was constantly being consumed. Every time it was consumed, it would weaken a little. Ming Hua Tianzuan was in the origin realm, so his power could be said to be endless. Although it couldn't be said to be endless, it was more resistant than the power of the seal. Chapter 45:20. If this went on, the power of the restriction wouldn't be able to stop Ming Hua Tianzuan for long. Lu Ming, you're too naive to expect this mere restriction power to stop me. Let's see how you're going to stop me when the restriction power is depleted a little more. Ming Hua Tianzuan said coldly. Lu Ming didn't say anything. His expression was ugly. Indeed, when the restriction power couldn't stop the other party, he would have no way out. At this moment, he realized that Ling Yue was calling out to him. Yue, what's the matter? Lu Ming's spiritual sense communicated with Ling Yue through the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming, there's another stone pagoda on the 10th floor of the ancestral grounds. There's an extremely terrifying evil spirit suppressed inside. You can release it to deal with the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Ling Yue said. The 10th floor also suppresses an evil spirit? Lu Ming was surprised. In his impression, the 10th floor was a wasteland. Back then, he had only discovered a holy seed mother tree and nothing else. That's right. Over the years, we've been constantly exploring the 10th floor. According to some ancient records, there is indeed an evil spirit on the 10th floor. It's extremely terrifying. It's very likely that it was an origin realm existence when it was alive. Ling Yue said. An existence of the origin realm. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that an extraordinary figure had appeared among the ancestors of the elves. He could even kill an existence of the origin realm. All right, tell me where it is. I'll go and release it. Lu Ming said. The more chaotic it was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more chaotic it was. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Let me out, I'll go with you. That evil spirit is extremely terrifying. Even if you have the seed of the holy tree, you might not be able to intimidate it. You still need the power of my bloodline, and the treasures of the elves on me to intimidate it. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming originally didn't want to let Ling Yue out, but what Ling Yue said made sense. If he let that terrifying evil spirit out, the seed of the holy tree wouldn't be able to intimidate it. Instead, he would be slapped to death by it. Lu Ming entered the 10th floor and released Ling Yue. Follow me. Ling Yue said, then rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, Lu Ming and Ling Yue arrived in front of a tall hill. This is the place where the evil spirits are suppressed. Lu Ming said. That's right, the stone pagoda is covered by mud. Ling Yue nodded. With a push of her palm, a powerful force surged forward. Ling Yue's meticulous control over her strength was like a cocoon, peeling off all the soil on the surface, leaving only a stone pagoda in front of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. This stone pagoda was different from the other stone pagodas. Around this stone pagoda, there were a few smaller stone pagodas. They were like guards, protecting the larger stone pagoda. In order to open the door to the large stone pagoda, one must destroy these small stone pagoda. These small stone pagoda have sealing power. Ling Yue said. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lu Ming said as he punched out, hitting a small stone pagoda. With a boom, the small stone pagoda shook violently, but only a small corner was broken. So hard. Lu Ming was surprised. These stone pagodas are made of special materials. Lu Ming, use your divine armament to bombard them. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the war god's spear appeared in his hand. Wang. The war god's spear trembled and pierced towards the small stone pagoda. With a boom, the small stone pagoda exploded. On the other side, a battle bow also appeared in Ling Yue's hand. Source-level divine armament. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The source-level divine armament battle bow in Ling Yue's hand was not the one from before. The one from before was a blood-stained elven king bow. The blood-stained elven king bow should only be a main-level divine armament, but this one was a source-level divine armament. The elf clan has existed for countless years. In history, there have been 3 origin realm experts. It's normal for them to have a source-level divine armament as their inheritance. Lu Ming pondered. Ling Yue shot out an arrow, and a careful stone pagoda was blasted apart. There were a total of 8 small stone pagodas. The 2 of them attacked consecutively, and very quickly, the 8 small stone pagodas exploded. Rumble. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after the 8 small stone pagodas exploded, Lu Ming felt that the large stone pagoda trembled, as if the evil spirit inside had awakened. Lu Ming, be careful. Ling Yue whispered with a solemn expression. Lu Ming nodded. He did not approach the stone pagoda. Instead, he used his taboo energy to form a large hand and opened the door of the stone pagoda. As soon as the door opened, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's figures quickly retreated. This was because they could feel an extremely terrifying aura spreading out from within the door. It was like a tide that swept out in all directions. This aura was extremely cold and evil, as if it wanted to devour everything. Lu Ming grabbed the seed of the holy tree in his hand. Ling Yue stirred her blood, and the elven royal bloodline erupted with all its might. At the same time, the battle bow in her hand also emitted a dazzling light. Roar. An incomparably terrifying roar came from within the stone pagoda. And then an evil spirit crawled out. This evil spirit was like a lizard, but it had 9 heads and 3 tails. Its body was hundreds of meters long, and its 2 evil eyes stared at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. With a slight twist of its body, it arrived not far from the 2 of them. Lu Ming felt his body tense up, and cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the surface of his skin. This was a reaction that would only appear when facing a terrifying expert. Origin realm. Lu Ming was sure that this evil spirit was extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel as if he was facing an origin realm expert. This evil spirit's gaze moved back and forth between Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Of course, it was mainly looking at the seed of the holy tree in Lu Ming's hand, and the battle bow in Ling Yue's hand. Lu Ming felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. If this evil spirit attacked them, then they would really die. Fortunately, this evil spirit only glanced at them a few times before turning around and leaving. Its 9 heads roared, and the space was directly torn apart. It took a step forward and appeared on the 9th floor. Then it pounced at Minghua Tianzuan. Its 9 huge mouths spit at Minghua Tianzuan. Mere evil spirit, purify for me. Minghua Tianzuan roared. Sword light erupted as he fought with the evil spirit. Boom. Boom. The 2 collided continuously, causing devastating attacks. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the world on the 9th floor constantly exploded. Huge cracks continuously spread, even extending to the 10th floor. The 10th floor also shook violently, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Now, the power of the restrictions in the elven ancestral land had weakened, and its defense had been greatly reduced. In a battle between origin realm experts, it could not be stabilized at all. The entire elven ancestral land was being torn apart and collapsing. Not good. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated. In the sky, there were a few huge cracks that spread towards them from afar. Chapter 45-21. Minghua Tianzuan and the evil spirit engaged in an intense battle. However, although the evil spirit was in existence at the origin realm when it was alive, after turning into an evil spirit, its strength had been affected, and it was no longer at its peak. However, with the addition of the 3 elven experts formed by the power of the restrictions, they could still fight against Minghua Tianzuan. Minghua Tianzuan was furious. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind as the origin-grade battle sword in his hand moved unhindered. Sword chi after sword chi had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Some of the sword chi was blocked by the evil spirit and the restrictions, but some of the sword chi directly slashed into the void and the ground. Boom. Boom. The void exploded and the ground sank. The first 8 levels of the world had completely exploded. The 9th and 10th levels were also constantly exploding. The world exploded, forming a destructive force that swept in all directions. Lu Ming and Ling Yue constantly flashed, dodging the chaotic flow of space. Yue, enter the chaos ring. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a powerful suction force enveloped Ling Yue, sending her into the chaos ring. He quickly retreated, heading towards a place where there was no explosion. However, the area of the 10th level that was not destroyed was getting smaller and smaller, and the place he could stay was also getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent envelop him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and his expression changed drastically. It was Yechu of Beach. He had actually broken through the evil spirit's defense and was rushing towards Lu Ming. His eyes were cold and filled with ferocious killing intent. The strength of a Lord of Heaven was too strong. The chaotic void turbulence and the chaotic destructive power did not affect him at all. The supreme power of heaven burst out and rushed through. The only thing he had to pay attention to was the aftermath of the battle between Minghua Tianzuan and the evil spirit. As long as he avoided these aftershocks, he would be fine. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. Let's see where you can run to now. Yechu of Beach sneered, his face incomparably malevolent. Yechu of Beach's killing intent soared to the extreme as soon as he thought about how Lu Ming had killed Yichu Tianji. Soon, Yechu of Beach was about to reach the 10th floor. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He glanced disdainfully at Yechu of Beach before charging into a large spatial crack. The spatial rifts here were different from the spatial rifts in the universe. This was because the elven ancestral land was being destroyed and exploding. The spatial cracks here were extremely chaotic and filled with terrifying destructive power. It was extremely dangerous. Even if an ordinary divine lord rushed in, they would be torn to pieces. Do you want to die? Yechu of Beach roared and rushed into the 10th floor at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming was already nowhere to be seen. He was furious and rushed into the spatial crack as well. In the huge space crack, there was a chaotic and destructive force everywhere, constantly rushing toward him. He activated the power of heaven to block it and scanned his surroundings. However, all he could see was boundless darkness and he had lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it, Yechu of Beach roared. His supreme power of heaven erupted and broke through the chaotic destructive power. He rushed in a direction, but he still couldn't find any trace of Lu Ming. He changed his direction again, but he still couldn't find him. In the pitch-black chaotic void, he couldn't tell his direction or position. It was as if even time had stopped. Yechu of Beach continued to look in several directions, but he still couldn't find Lu Ming. He had no choice but to retreat. Where's Lu Ming? Minghua Tianzuan shouted when he saw Yechu of Beach come out alone. Yechu of Beach's face turned ugly. He said, Sky Sovereign Lu Ming. Lu Ming is missing. Missing? You piece of trash. Minghua Tianzuan roared. He wanted to go and find Lu Ming personally, but he was entangled by the evil spirit and the restrictive power. He couldn't rush over at all. Send someone to seal off the surrounding space immediately. Once you find Lu Ming, send me a message immediately. Minghua Tianzuan shouted. Yes. Yechu of Beach and the others quickly received the order, and sent someone to seal off the surrounding space. If Lu Ming was fine, he would probably appear in the nearby space. According to Yechu of Beach's conjecture, Lu Ming was most likely dead. This was because he knew how terrifying the chaotic destructive power was. Anyone below the 7th tier of the Divine Master Realm would probably die if they entered. However, Lu Ming had a taboo body and possessed great fortune. They had to treat him with caution. Lu Ming was currently in a miserable state. The chaotic destructive power of the void was too powerful. Although it couldn't do anything to Yechu of Beach, the difference in cultivation base between him and Yechu of Beach was too great. The chaotic destructive power was a fatal threat to him. The moment he charged into the dark void, the chaotic destructive power kept attacking him. The secret art he used to protect himself was instantly torn apart. The The terrifying power slammed into Lu Ming's body. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. His skin was torn apart, and his muscles were torn apart. Finally, his bones and internal organs were torn apart and destroyed by the chaotic power of destruction. Charge! Charge! Lu Ming used all his strength to open a path with the War God Spear. He chose a direction and charged forward. However, the destructive power around him kept surging toward him. As the destruction on the 10th level became more and more intense, the destructive power it produced also became stronger and stronger. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming's muscles were torn apart, and then turned into powder that dissipated in the air. It looked too wretched. Soon Lu Ming was covered in blood. Bam! Then one of Lu Ming's legs exploded, followed by his arm, and then his body. Lu Ming's body was constantly being destroyed. In the end, he could only use his mind to control the War God Spear, and continue charging forward. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement of the chaotic destructive power, and came to a calm dark void. However, Lu Ming was also severely injured. His body was in tatters, and even his consciousness was a little blurry. His vision turned black, and he couldn't even lift his eyelids. I can't faint. I have to hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He used his remaining strength and flew forward, disappearing into the dark void. When Yechu of Beach chased after him, Lu Ming had already broken through the chaotic destructive area. Lu Ming felt that he had spent a long time, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed. After flying for a distance, Lu Ming's consciousness became more and more blurry. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted completely. His body also floated in the eternal dark void, drifting to an unknown direction. After a long time, Lu Ming woke up in a daze. I'm still in the dark void. How long have I been unconscious? Lu Ming whispered and then checked his condition. His body had already recovered to its original state. His physique was too strong. As long as a single cell survived, his body could be regenerated. Evidently, his body had repaired itself while he was unconscious. Chapter 45-22. When he was in a coma, his cells would recover automatically. When he woke up, his body had completely recovered. However, his aura was still weak. His cultivation was far from recovered. Lu Ming immediately took out a pile of divine elixirs from his storage ring, and swallowed them all. He refined the elixirs and recovered his cultivation. About half a day later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak state. This time it was really close. Lu Ming exhaled. Fortunately, he was decisive enough at the critical moment, and directly charged into the spatial rift to escape. Fortunately, his life force was tenacious enough, and he managed to survive by the skin of his teeth. Let's go. With a thought, Lu Ming tore the void with both hands. The void was directly torn open, and bits of starlight sprinkled in. It seems that I am still somewhere in the starry sky of the primitive universe. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. He left the dark void and returned to the primitive universe. Looking up, he saw stars embedded in the starry sky. Not far away, a huge star was burning fiercely. Where am I? Which starry sky am I in? Let's go and find out. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then he randomly chose a direction and flew forward. As he flew, his appearance and aura of the origin of life rapidly changed, turning him into a young devil wreathed in dense devil chi. His current speed was so fast that he could cross a starry sky with one step. Lu Ming left him in the dust. Soon, Lu Ming arrived on a huge planet with life. With his status as a demon, others would treat him with respect. It was very easy for him to find out the information he wanted. The Flying Cloud Star Area Group. I can't believe I am in such a remote place. It seems that I have been drifting in the dark void for a long time. Lu Ming was a little surprised. The Flying Cloud Star Area Group was very far away from the starry sky where the elves lived. This place was closer to the Taishu dynasty. It was a very remote place in the primitive universe. Lu Ming had actually drifted all the way here in the dark void. One could imagine that he had been unconscious for a long time. I never expected that I would come here. It's just nice. I was planning to return to the Taishu dynasty and bring my parents, the Divine Wilderness, Chi-Er and company to the universe ruins. It saved me a lot of time. Lu Ming smiled. Now that he had a treasure like the Chaos Ring, he had long wanted to go to the Taishu dynasty and bring his family and friends to the ruins of the universe through the Chaos Ring. After all, Lu Ming was only at ease in the ruins of the universe. In the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming was always worried. It would be troublesome if someone from the Heavenly Palace found them. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took a nearby wormhole and headed toward the Taishu dynasty. 2 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Sacred Fire Saber sect. The Sacred Fire Saber sect was barely a universe-level force. It had a divine emperor and was the closest universe-level force to the Taishu dynasty. When Lu Ming came out of the Taishu dynasty, the first place he went to was also the Sacred Fire Saber sect. After arriving here, Lu Ming tore the void and rushed toward the Taishu dynasty. Although the Sacred Fire Saber sect was still very far away from the Taishu Sacred dynasty, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it only took him 10 minutes to traverse the vast starry sky and reach the core of the Taishu Sacred dynasty, the Taishu Sacred capital. I'm finally back. Looking at the ancient city floating in the air in front of him, which was the Taishu holy capital, Lu Ming sighed with emotion. It had been 1,000 years since he left. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, Lu Ming was no longer the Lu Ming of the past. When he left the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming's cultivation had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Now he had reached the Divine Master realm. In between he had crossed the 3 major realms of Divine Emperor, and Divine Emperor. To cross 3 major realms in 1,000 years, this kind of cultivation speed was enough to scare people to death. Back then, he was inconspicuous in the vast chaotic universe. Any one of the major forces in the chaotic universe could suppress him. Now he was famous in the chaotic universe and had become a top expert in the chaotic universe. Time could change a lot, and it could also make people grow. I wonder how my old friends are doing now. Shen Huangqi, Xiang, and Emoli. How are their cultivation levels? But they should be in the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence. I'll go to the holy capital first, and see if Lan Shu and the rest are willing to go to the universe ruins with me. It won't be too late to go to the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence then. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Great Illusionary Holy Capital. When he was close to the Great Illusionary Holy Capital, Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and covered the entire Great Illusionary Holy Capital. He was looking for the Blue Merchant. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it was easy for him to cover the entire Great Illusionary Holy Capital with his spiritual senses. He could see clearly what everyone was doing in the Great Illusionary Holy Capital. Moreover, no one could discover him. Found him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot. After Lu Ming disappeared, more than 10 figures flew out of the Taishu dynasty's city walls and came to the place where Lu Ming had been. Where is he? Why did he disappear? He was too fast. I couldn't see how he left. He must be a top expert. Did you notice that the person looked very similar to the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King? I noticed it too. Could it really be the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King? He's back. That's possible. The Hidden Dragon Heavenly King has been gone for more than 1,000 years. It's normal for him to come back and take a look. Quick, let's report this to the Saint King. These people did not dare to delay and rushed into the Great Illusionary Holy Capital to report to the new Saint King, Jingma, and the old queen, Kong Shishue. In the Great Illusionary Holy Capital, in a huge garden, the Blue Merchant was holding a water bottle and watering the flowers. The Blue Merchant's cultivation level had been destroyed, and he had focused on cultivating spiritual powers. Soul power and cultivating God power were poles apart. These years, Shi Yan had been cultivating his mind and temperament, growing flowers and grasses. His soul power had improved even faster. Lan Shu, you're in a good mood. All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. At first, the Blue Merchant was shocked. Someone had appeared behind him, and he had not sensed it. His spiritual powers were very strong, and his spiritual senses were very sharp. In the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian tribe, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty, only the Undying Demon Lord could do this. However, judging from the voice, it was not the Undying Demon Lord. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Lu Ming. The blue merchant immediately thought of Lu Ming. His eyes lit up and he quickly turned around. If the young man standing behind him was not Lu Ming, who else could it be? Speaking of which, Lu Ming's current body was different from before. Regardless of whether it was his appearance or life origin aura, they were all different. If it was his original appearance and life origin aura, the blue merchant would not have recognized him. However, before Lu Ming came, he had used the great imitation skill to change his appearance and life origin aura to be exactly the same as Lu Ming's. The Peak. Chapter 45-23. Lu Ming, you're back. Blue merchant was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Ming. Lan Shu, it's been 1,000 years. Lan Shu's cultivation has become more profound. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lan Shang specialized in cultivating his soul power. Lu Ming discovered that Lan Shang's soul power was already very profound. It had reached the peak of a Lord God, and his soul power was surging. Of course, in Lu Ming's eyes, there was nowhere to hide. Lu Ming could see everything clearly. Blue merchant had obtained the soul cultivation crystal, and had made great progress over the years. Lu Ming, your cultivation has also made great progress. I can't see through your cultivation. Have you broken through the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, and reached the Divine Emperor realm? Blue merchant said. After saying that, he was shocked. He clearly remembered that when Lu Ming left back then, his cultivation level had just broken through to the Lord God level. Within a short span of 1,000 years, Lu Ming was able to cross a huge realm, break through the limit of the Lord God level, and become a God Emperor? This was too shocking. After all, 1,000 years was too short. The Taishu dynasty, the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty, had not had anyone reach the Divine Emperor realm for countless years. Only the undying demon lord who had reached the Divine Emperor realm a few dozen years ago. If it were someone else, he would find it hard to believe. However, Lu Ming gave him the feeling that he was a bottomless pit, unfathomable. You can say that, Lu Ming said with a smile. He did not tell Blue Merchant his current cultivation level. Lu Ming, you've really reached the Divine Emperor realm? Why don't we exchange a few blows? Lan Shangdao's interest was piqued. This, Lu Ming wanted to refuse because there was no need to exchange blows. The gap was too big. He was afraid of hurting Blue Merchant. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked in a direction. There were a few figures walking in the air at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly King Hidden Dragon, it's really you. A pleasant voice was heard. It was Kong Shishue. Next to her was the current Divine Emperor, Jingma. This young man looked almost the same as Jingyu. Behind Jingma and Kong Shishue were a few important officials of the Taishu dynasty. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Lu Ming casually cupped his fists. In fact, with his current cultivation, there was no need to bow to greet them. But he was an old acquaintance of Heavenly King Hidden Dragon. He was just a casual greeting. Anyway, he was not the kind of person who was particular about it. I knew it. When Heavenly King Hidden Dragon returns, he will definitely come here, Jingma said with a smile. After the battle between the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian tribe, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty, the Taishu dynasty established a new structure. Lu Ming was given the title of Heavenly King Hidden Dragon. The Heavenly King Hidden Dragon residence occupied half of the Taishu dynasty. As for Lan Shang, he was the imperial advisor. Heavenly King Hidden Dragon is back. You must be tired from the long journey. Let's set up a banquet to welcome you back, Kong Shishue said. Lu Ming didn't refuse. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and Kong Shishue came to a hall. A banquet was already set up in the hall. As soon as Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others arrived, a few people hurried over. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're back. A laugh came from outside the hall. Then a tall and burly figure stepped out. Etian. Lu Ming smiled. It was Etian, the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu. Now he was in charge of all the troops of the Taishu dynasty. Heavenly King Qiansheng came with Etian. Greetings, Heavenly King Qiansheng. Lu Ming bowed solemnly. When he was in the Taishu dynasty, Heavenly King Qiansheng had helped him a lot. Without Heavenly King Qiansheng's help, Lu Ming wouldn't be who he was today. Lu Ming respected Heavenly King Qiansheng from the bottom of his heart. No matter how high his cultivation level was, this respect would never change. It's good that you're back. Heavenly King Qianxing was full of smiles. At this time, a strong pressure came from outside. Then a burly figure stepped in. Undying Demon King. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that it was Undying Demon King. Undying Demon King walked in with his hands behind his back. He didn't even look at Jingma, Kong Shixue, and the others. His eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're finally back. Undying Demon King grinned. His eyes shone brightly. His aura was so strong that it filled the hall with a strong pressure. Demon King, you're here too? That's great. Please take a seat. Kong Shixue said quickly. She was in awe of Undying Demon King. It couldn't be helped. Undying Demon King was invincible in the Taishu dynasty, the Barbarian tribe, and the Tianyi Sacred dynasty. When they faced Undying Demon King, they had to be careful not to offend him. I've been out for a long time. Of course, I want to come back and see my old friend. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care. He realized that Undying Demon King's cultivation level had been fully restored. In other words, Undying Demon King's cultivation level had reached the Divine Emperor realm. However, would Lu Ming care about a Divine Emperor realm expert? Come everyone, please take a seat. Jingma said quickly. Although he was the Great Void Sacred Emperor, he didn't have any loyal experts around him. To put it bluntly, he couldn't afford to offend anyone here. The Undying Demon King smiled and sat down with big strides, not bothering to be polite. Then Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others took their seats. Naturally, someone came up to pour wine for them. Lu Ming, where have you been in the past 1,000 years? How is it? Are there many experts out there? Undying Demon King spoke first. Yes, there are indeed many experts out there. Lu Ming nodded. You must have made great progress over the years. I can't see through your cultivation level. Have you broken through to the Divine Emperor realm? Undying Demon King said. To be honest, he was shocked. When he came in, he stared at Lu Ming carefully. He realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming's cultivation level, which shocked him. Back then, Guemo had placed a seal on him, and he didn't dare to resist Lu Ming. However, now that his cultivation level had been restored to the Divine Emperor realm, he had changed his mind. The Divine Emperor realm was much stronger than the Divine Emperor realm. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to remove the seal on him. However, when he realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming's cultivation level, he was afraid and temporarily suppressed the idea of attacking. Divine Emperor realm? Hearing Undying Demon King's words, Etian, Holy Thousand King, Jingma, and Kong Shixue were shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Could it be that Lu Ming had really reached the Divine Emperor realm? This was too shocking. Their thoughts were similar to Blue Merchant's. It was terrifying to step into the Divine Emperor realm in 1,000 years. For them, the Divine Emperor realm was the synonym of invincibility. You can say that. Lu Ming smiled. It was the same answer that he had given Lan Shang previously. It was still the same sentence. He was afraid that if he said it out loud, it would scare everyone present. You can say that? Undying Demon King was puzzled. The Summit. Chapter 45-24. The Undying Demon King was puzzled. Sort of? What did that mean? Did he reach it or not? In 1,000 years he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm from the Divine Lord realm. This is unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming did not break through to the Divine Emperor realm, and was just bluffing? But his aura is unfathomable. Even I can't see through it. Could it be fake? Could it be that he has cultivated some kind of secret technique that can change his aura? That's why I can't see through it. The unkillable Demon King stared at Lu Ming, pondering constantly in his heart. Undying Demon King, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, you're really a young hero. Lu Ming, I knew that you're not an ordinary person. You've reached the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Coincidentally, my cultivation has also recovered to the Divine Emperor realm. Why don't we have a fight? The Undying Demon King laughed and stood up. His body was surrounded by demonic light, and his aura was imposing. Since he couldn't figure out Lu Ming's cultivation, he might as well try to see what Lu Ming's cultivation was. Anyway, it was just a fight. If Lu Ming really reached the Divine Emperor realm, he would still have room to retreat. Undying Demon King, do you really want to have a fight with me? Lu Ming said indifferently. He glanced at the Undying Demon King. An array of light flashed in his eyes. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the Undying Demon King's body suddenly stiffened. His muscles trembled involuntarily, and his skin broke out in cold sweat. A chill ran from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become an incomparably terrifying beast in his eyes, and he seemed to have become an ant. The ferocious beast was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey, as if it could blow him to death with a casual breath. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Undefeatable, undefeatable, undefeatable. The Undying Demon King roared in his heart. His face was covered in cold sweat. He had a feeling that he was nothing more than an ant in front of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a thought. In his heart he was deeply shocked, incomparably shocked, and incomparably incredulous. Lu Ming's killing intent was only directed at the Undying Demon King. The others didn't feel it, and it only lasted for a moment before it was withdrawn. Plop. The Undying Demon King felt his legs go soft. He couldn't even stand properly and sat down on the chair. He found that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He's definitely a cultivator of the godly emperor layer. He's not just a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer, he's probably already a cultivator of the third godly emperor layer. How did he practice cultivation? It's too terrifying. Undying Demon King roared in his heart. He was sure that Lu Ming had broken through to the godly emperor layer, and was much stronger than him. He had probably broken through to the third godly emperor layer. He was incomparably shocked. This cultivation speed was too terrifying. Undying Demon King, didn't you want to spar? Why are you sitting down? Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha ha ha. I was joking, I was joking. No, I was just joking. Don't be impulsive, young man, don't be impulsive. The Undying Demon King laughed guiltily, but his smile was uglier than crying. Blue Merchant, Holy Heavenly King, Etian, Kong Shishua, Jingma and the others looked at Lu Ming and the Undying Demon King suspiciously and astonishingly. They knew the Undying Demon King very well. He was an extremely overbearing and meticulous person. He had just proposed to spar with Lu Ming, so he wouldn't cancel it for no reason. Besides, he was covered in cold sweat and looked like he was about to die. Was he afraid of Lu Ming? Lu Ming was shocked. How powerful was Lu Ming now that he could make the unkillable Demon King, the old demon, so afraid of him without batting an eyelid? They were imagining things. Lu Ming, you're going to stay for a while this time, right? Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King asked after a long while. No, I'll be leaving soon. The main reason I came back this time is to take my parents away from here and cultivate elsewhere. Lu Ming said. Cultivate somewhere else? Is it a higher level place with a better cultivation environment? Blue Merchant and Holy Heavenly King asked quickly. Yes, if you're willing, you can come with me, Lu Ming said. As far as I know, places with better cultivation environments are usually occupied by powerful forces of the universe. It's very dangerous for powerful races to occupy a place. The Undying Demon King said. He was a divine emperor, and had gone out to explore in the past. He knew a little about the outside world. Don't worry, I've got a firm foothold now. There won't be any danger. Moreover, the cultivation environment there is 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming said. What? The cultivation environment there is 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty? The Undying Demon King, Holy Heavenly King, Blue Merchant and the others all widened their eyes in shock. 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty. What kind of cultivation environment is that? At the same time, they were very tempted. For example, the Undying Demon King, Holy Heavenly King, Etian and Blue Merchant's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was too difficult for them to break through. Blue Merchant was better. He still had potential. With the soul cultivating crystal, he might be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm in the future. However, it was almost impossible for the Undying Demon King, Holy Heavenly King and Etian to break through. But they didn't have the courage to leave and go to a more advanced place. If what Lu Ming said was true, that the cultivation environment there was 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty, They really had a chance to break through the bottleneck and take another step forward. Especially Holy Heavenly King and Etion, who were both at the Quasi-Emperor realm. If they were one step closer to the Divine Emperor realm, their lifespan would skyrocket. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Anyway, I'm old and don't have much time left. It's good to go with you. Holy Heavenly King was the first to speak. Lan Shang and Etion were hesitant. They were the Grand Master of the Taishu dynasty and the commander of the Taishu dynasty's army. They were in a high position and were reluctant to give up. In addition, Jingma and Kang Shishue didn't speak. The two of them definitely wouldn't leave. If they left, wouldn't the Taishu dynasty be handed over to others? Lu Ming, I'll go with you too. The Undying Demon King thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. All right. Lu Ming nodded. His eyes fell on Blue Merchant and Etion. He said, Are you willing to go with me? I won't force you, but I can guarantee that if you go with me, breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm won't be a problem. When Lu Ming spoke, he revealed strong confidence as if there would be no problem. This made Etion and Blue Merchant excited. All right, I'll go with you. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming, I'll go with you too. A cultivator should focus on cultivation. I was almost delayed by mundane matters. Etion nodded. Chapter 45-25. The temptation of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm was too great. In the end, Blue Merchant and Etion decided to give up their power and follow Lu Ming. That Hidden Dragon Heavenly King. Kang Shishue opened her mouth, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Are you afraid that if Lan Shu and the others follow me, the Taishu dynasty will be empty without any experts? Lu Ming smiled and saw through Kang Shishue's thoughts. Kang Shishue and Jingma nodded repeatedly. In the Taishu Holy Dynasty, the Barbarian tribe, and the Tianyi Holy Dynasty, the Quasi-Emperors were the most powerful cultivators. They were the cornerstones of a country. Now there were too few cultivators in the Taishu Holy Dynasty. There was only Blue Merchant, Etion, Holy Old Heavenly King, and the Undying Demon Lord. Although 1,000 years had passed, there was still no new Quasi-Emperor in the Taishu Dynasty. Once these people left with Lu Ming, the strength of the Taishu dynasty would weaken rapidly. In the future, it would be annexed by the Barbarian tribe and the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Jingma and Kang Shishue were very worried. Don't worry, I have my own plans for this matter, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, 8 wild beasts appeared in the hall. To be precise, 8 wild beast puppets. These 8 puppets have the cultivation of quasi-emperors. They are not afraid of death and are invulnerable. They will be placed in the Taishu dynasty to protect the country's fate and ensure the safety of the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming said. What? 8 quasi-emperor level puppets? Kang Shishue and Jingma were shocked and then overjoyed. Holy Old Heavenly King and the others could not calm down. This was really a big move. 8 quasi-emperor level puppets were sent out in one go. These puppets were extremely precious. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, there had never been such high-level puppets. Not to mention 8. Even one of them was invaluable. Lu Ming gave 8 of them to Jingma and Kang Shishue. If this was not a big deal, what was? Lu Ming became more and more unfathomable in the hearts of the people. Thank you, Hidden Dragon Heavenly King. Jingma and Kang Shishue quickly got up to thank him. Lu Ming smiled slightly. In fact, there were many such gadgets. He had lost count of how many enemies he had killed and how many rings of holding he had obtained. There were all sorts of things in these storage rings, and there were even more of these puppets. Lu Ming could even take out quite a number of God Thearch realm puppets, let alone quasi-emperor puppets. However, these things were useless to Lu Ming now. Of course, Lu Ming would not give them puppets that were too powerful. For example, he would give them Divine Emperor puppets. Kang Shishue and Jingma's ambitions might soar, and they might invade other forces. In the end, they would attract the jealousy of more powerful forces and bring about a fatal disaster. Jingma was very likely to be Jingyu's son. Lu Ming naturally did not want anything to happen to them. 8 quasi-emperor level puppets were enough to ensure the stability of the Taishu dynasty. This jade talisman has the method to control the puppets. Lu Ming handed a jade talisman to Kang Shishue. Kong Shishue and Jingma naturally thanked him. Hidden Dragon Heavenly King, can we send some young people to cultivate with you? Kong Shishue asked tentatively. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Kong Shishue wanted to cultivate her own forces. However, Lu Ming did not care. The Taishu dynasty was too small. Lu Ming was not interested in it at all. He immediately nodded and said, "Of course. Thank you, Hidden Dragon Heavenly King. Come, let me toast you." Kong Shishue was overjoyed. She raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. Then everyone drank and chatted. The atmosphere was harmonious, especially the undying demon lord. He seemed to have forgotten the unpleasant things that had happened before. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ming got up and said goodbye. "Everyone, please get ready. I'll go back to the Hidden Dragon Palace and pick you up later," Lu Ming said. Then he stepped into the air and left. "Lu Ming, let me see you off," Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that Blue Merchant had something to say to him in private. Soon, the two of them left the Taishu Saint capital and stood in the starry sky. "Lan Shu, I have something to ask you too. Is Lan Ling doing well? Why don't I see her in the Taishu Saint capital?" Lu Ming asked. When he mentioned Lan Ling, he could not help but feel guilty. "I was about to tell you about Ling. She's no longer in the Taishu dynasty," Blue Merchant said. "She's no longer in the Taishu dynasty? Where did she go?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "About 200 years after you left, she also left. She said that she wanted to go out to train and improve her cultivation. I don't know where exactly she went. Actually, she's very stubborn. When she decided to leave, even I, as her father, could not stop her. I could only let her go. I wonder how she is now." Sigh. Blue Merchant sighed deeply as he spoke. He suddenly felt that his decision back then was wrong. Back then, he wanted to match Lu Ming and Lan Ling. However, Lu Ming's talent was too high. When his cultivation increased, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Now it was even more unfathomable. To put it bluntly, Lan Ling and Lu Ming were not on the same path. The difference in talent was too great. They were not compatible at all. If he had not tried to match Lu Ming and Lan Ling back then, this would not have happened. "Lan Shu, I'm sorry. Lu Ming was full of apologies. He recalled the scene of him bidding farewell to Lan Ling before he left. At that time, Lan Ling stubbornly said that she would catch up to Lu Ming's cultivation. She would definitely catch up to Lu Ming's cultivation. Back then, Lu Ming said that he would wait for her to catch up. Perhaps, it was because of these words that Lan Ling went out to explore. She was really a stubborn girl, just like Mulan's back then. "Lu Ming, you don't have to apologize. Marriage is a matter of mutual love. I was muddle-headed back then." Blue Merchant smiled. Lu Ming was speechless because he really did not know what to say. "Sigh, now I just hope that Linger can be safe." Blue Merchant sighed. The primitive universe was vast and boundless. There were as many universe-level forces as there were hairs on an ox. It was very dangerous to wander in the universe. He only hoped that Lan Ling could be safe. "Lan Shu, don't worry. Lan Ling is a good person. She should be fine. When she succeeds in her cultivation, we will meet again in the future." Lu Ming comforted. "I hope so. Okay, I will go back and prepare. You should go and see your parents," Blue Merchant said, and then went to the Taishu sacred capital. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He then stepped into the air and headed toward the Heavenly King mansion. Just as Lu Ming left the Taishu sacred capital, the Wu people's ancestral planet welcomed 2 groups of guests. Everyone in the Wu people, including the ancestral patriarch who had been in seclusion, came out to welcome the guests outside the ancestral planet. These 2 groups of guests were from the 10 most powerful races, the angel race and the blood race. Did you really find out where Lu Ming's family is? An overlord of the angel race stepped out. His body was enveloped in a pure white light, and his energy was so violent that the sky shook. This was a divine Lord Overlord. Chapter 45-26. Feeling the powerful aura of the angel tribe, the people of the sorcerer tribe trembled in fear. Although the witch race was one of the top races in the universe, it was still a far cry from the angel race, one of the top 10 races. There were only 2 people in the sorcerer tribe who could remain calm. They were the two ancestral patriarchs of the Wu people, and they were both very old. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize one of them. He was the grand cultivator of the Wu people, who had chased Lu Ming to the dragon race's home planet. Lu Ming had killed his descendant, and he had been trying to kill Lu Ming. He had even participated in the attack on the dragon race's home planet. The two ancestral patriarchs of the Wu people were also divine lords, but they were only at the first level of the divine lord realm. On the great desolate 10,000 races roll, only the top 100 great races had divine master experts overseeing them. However, those with high cultivation and many years of cultivation knew that the races that were ranked near the top 100 also had divine master realm existences overseeing them. It was just that these people were usually in seclusion all year round. As the existences who were responsible for suppressing the fate of their race, they rarely made a move. The Wu people were ranked around 130th on the roll of 10,000 races, so it was normal for them to have divine lord realm overlords. It's true. After many years of investigation, we finally found where Lu Ming came from. He came from a place called the Taishu dynasty. That's only a pseudo-universal force and it's too remote. No one would have thought that the talented Lu Ming would come from such a remote place, but Lu Ming was indeed born there. Besides, his family and friends are all there, the Divine Lord Realm Overlord said. His name was Wu Si and he was one of the only two Divine Lords of the Wu people. Good, very good. Ha ha ha. As long as we take down Lu Ming's family and hand them over to the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming will obey us. The Heavenly Palace will reward you handsomely. The Divine Lord of the Angel race laughed. At the side, the Blood Kindred expert also smiled. When the time comes, please put in a good word for us in front of the Heavenly Palace. Wu Si said, revealing a flattering smile. However, he secretly felt that it was a pity. If they had captured Lu Ming's relatives and handed them over to the Heavenly Palace, the rewards from the Heavenly Palace would have gone to the Wu people. However, the Wu people didn't have the right to establish contact with the important figures of the Heavenly Palace. They could only do so through the angels and vampires. However, if he could make a great contribution to the heavenly human tribe, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Their hearts burned with passion. Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Now let's go, said the angel race's godmaster. Immediately, the angels, vampires, and Wu people headed towards the Taishu dynasty. The angel race and the blood race each sent out two divine masters. The Wu people had sent out a divine master, Wu Shi. With such a lineup, it was a waste of talent to go to a pseudo-universe level force. Of course, this also proved that they valued Lu Ming's relatives. They had to make sure nothing went wrong. As long as they captured Lu Ming's relatives and friends, even if Lu Ming was hiding in the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace would be able to force Lu Ming to submit. Unless Lu Ming didn't care about the lives of his relatives. However, according to the rumors, Lu Ming was a very loyal person. It could be said that once they captured Lu Ming's relatives, they would have Lu Ming's Achilles heel. Just as the angels, vampires, and Wu people were heading towards the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had already arrived at the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence. He was too fast. He could cross a planetary zone in one step. Even though the great illusionary divine level was far from the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence, Lu Ming arrived quickly. Not bad at all. Lu Ming looked at a planet in the distance. On the planet, there was a dazzling glow. That was the glow of an array. Around the planet, there were huge battleships flying around the planet, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. However, such a defense was useless against Lu Ming. He took a step forward and passed through the layers of defense. He entered the planet and came to the foot of a mountain range. He scanned the area with his spiritual awareness and knew that this mountain range was where his relatives and friends lived. It was also where the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence was located. This statue, isn't it, Emily? Lu Ming saw a huge statue at the foot of the mountain. It was at least 10,000 feet tall. He immediately recognized that this was the statue of his second disciple, Ouyang Mo Li. How dare you call Patriarch Mo Li by his name? Are you tired of living? A few young men shouted and appeared in front of Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with hostility. Lu Ming casually glanced at them. He was very clear about the background of these few young men. The few youths looked like they had just broken through to the empty god realm. Such a cultivation was considered weak in the Taishu holy court. However, they were very arrogant. Patriarch Emoli? This kid has become a patriarch? Lu Ming was confused. Could it be that these few brats were all Ouyang Moli's disciples and grand disciples? In that case, wouldn't they become Lu Ming's disciples and grand disciples? He went out for a trip, and when he came back, he suddenly had a bunch of disciples and grand disciples? Most importantly, these kids are so arrogant. Did Ouyang Emoli teach them? Lu Ming blurted out these words involuntarily. However, when they landed in the ears of the few young men, it was a great disrespect to their patriarch. They immediately exploded. How dare you call Patriarch Emoli a kid? It's over. It's over. Do you know who our Patriarch Emoli is? What is his identity? He actually dares to use such a tone to call Ancestor Moli. He's really finished. Now give him a chance to admit his mistake. Kneel down in front of Patriarch Emoli's statue and kowtow. Patriarch Emoli is a magnanimous man. Maybe he will spare your life. The young men clamored. You want him to admit his mistake in front of the statue? Are you serious? Lu Ming said with an inexplicable smile on his face. Would this kid dare to admit his mistake to Ouyang Emoli? Nonsense, hurry up and admit your mistake. We think it's an unintentional mistake. We will spare you this time. Yes, 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 quickly admit your mistake. You have offended the patriarch. You must admit your mistake. The young men shouted. All right then. Let's see. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, coming to the front of the statue. Kid, my disciples want me to admit my mistake. I hope you won't cry. After saying that, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Rumble. The moment Lu Ming cupped his fists, the statue shook. Then, tears flowed out of the statue's two huge eyes. The statue was crying. Look, the patriarch's statue is crying. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that kid's doing? Kid, what did you do? You still dare to play tricks at this time. The young men shouted angrily, thinking that it was Lu Ming's trick. Shut up, all of you. At this time, a loud roar came from the mountain range. Chapter 45:27. Shut up, you brats. A loud roar came from the depths of the mountain. At the same time, a figure dashed out from the mountain at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, the figure appeared in front of everyone. He was tall and sturdy, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Who else could it be other than Ouyang Moli? Old Ancestor, you're here. Old Ancestor, it's him. He offended you. We were about to ask him to admit his mistake, but we didn't expect him to play tricks. The young men pointed at Lu Ming and said, Shut up, all of you. Ouyang Moli roared. His voice was like a thunderclap, and he stared at the young men fiercely like a lion. Ouyang Moli was about to cry. Don't these brats know how to read my face? My face is already so ugly, and they still don't know what's going on? The few young men shuddered at the thought of this. Old Ancestor is angry? Did we do something wrong? Is that person's identity not simple? In the next moment, their pupils rapidly widened because a scene that shocked them had appeared. Plop. Ouyang Moli knelt in front of Lu Ming and kowtowed. Disciple Moli greets Master. Master, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for many years, and I've missed you so much. What? The young men were petrified. Their mouths were wide open, and they were completely dumbfounded. Master? Old Ancestor Moli's master? Isn't that their ancestor? According to the legends, Old Ancestor Ouyang Moli's master was the true leader of the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Mansion. The legendary figure of the Taishu dynasty, the peerless genius? They were actually so arrogant in front of this legendary figure, and even asked him to kowtow to Ouyang Moli's statue to admit his mistake? No wonder Ouyang Moli's statue was crying. They all wanted to cry. You're so impressive now. You're already an old ancestor, and the disciples you taught are still so arrogant? Are you out of control? Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was a little cold. Oh no, Master is angry. Ouyang Moli roared in his heart. He was really about to cry. In his heart, he was already cursing those few youths to death. He was not far from this place and could sense the statue. Not long after Lu Ming arrived, he sensed it and immediately rushed over. Unexpectedly, he was still a little late. However, he secretly rejoiced that he had arrived in time. If Lu Ming had really apologized to his statue, he would have vomited blood. Even if he wasn't hammered to death by Lu Ming, he would be hammered to death by his senior martial sister, Xiang Xiang. Master, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You brats. Why aren't you coming over here to kowtow and apologize to your grandmaster? Ouyang Moli shouted. A few young men hurriedly ran over and knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and kowtowing. Patriarch, please calm down. We didn't do it on purpose. We didn't know it was you. If we had known, we wouldn't have dared to do it even if you gave us 10 guts. Ancestor, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive us. The few young men were crying and snot. There was no need to mention how sad and regretful they were. Master, these brats are used to being fawned on by others. No one dares to offend them in the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace. That's why they're so arrogant. I'll teach them a lesson in the future. Will you forgive them? Actually, they are not bad people. Ouyang Moli put on a cheeky smile and pleaded with Lu Ming. Go. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. He was too lazy to lower himself to the level of a few juniors. It would be beneath his status. However, the most important thing was that these young men were not bad people. This could be seen from their previous actions. The few young men only asked Lu Ming to apologize to Ouyang Moli and let him go. It could be seen that they were not bad people. If they were bad people, they might have wanted to kill him. If that was the case, Lu Ming would not let them go so easily. Master has agreed to let you go. You brats, why aren't you thanking Master and leaving at once? Ouyang Moli berated. The few youths naturally thanked him profusely and fled as fast as they could. Master, it's great that you're back. Senior sister and the others will be overjoyed if they know that you're back. I'll send them a message. Ouyang Moli immediately took out his sound-conducting jade talisman and sent over a few messages. Master, come with me. Ouyang Moli said with a smile. Lu Ming and Ouyang Moli stepped into the air and headed deep into the mountain range. How did you become a progenitor? Did you recruit a disciple? Lu Ming asked. Haha, Master, at that time, I saw a few very talented seedlings. My hands itched, and I accepted them as my disciples. I didn't expect that those brats would also accept a bunch of disciples each. Just like that, they have been passed down. Ouyang Moli explained. No wonder your cultivation is improving so slowly. What about your senior sister? Did she recruit a disciple too? Lu Ming said. He knew that Ouyang Moli was only a 9th layer heavenly god. Initially, Zhang Xian had predicted that Ouyang Moli would be able to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm based on the vast amount of resources he had left behind before he left. However, Ouyang Moli was only a 9th layer heavenly god, which was a lot lower than what he had expected. It was most likely because he had recruited a disciple that affected his cultivation progress. She didn't recruit a disciple and has been focusing on her cultivation. She has already broken through to the Divine King realm. Ouyang Moli said. What about Shen Huang and the others? Did they recruit a disciple? Lu Ming asked again. No, I'm the only one who recruited a disciple. Ouyang Moli said awkwardly. They're here. Lu Ming suddenly looked deep into the mountain range. There were at least a few dozen figures flying over. Lu Ming's eyesight was so sharp that he could see the figures clearly even though they were far away. His parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, flew over with smiles on their faces. There was also his son, Lu Shenhuang, his wife, and his granddaughter, Lu Qi, his first disciple, Xiang Xiang, his 2 unnamed disciples, Hua Qi, Pang Shi, Yuan Huan, and the others who were closest to Lu Ming had all arrived. Soon, dozens of people arrived before them. Ming. Li Ping flew to Lu Ming quickly and sized him up from head to toe. Her eyes were filled with tears and longing. You're a woman. You're always tearing up when you see me. Lu Yuntian pretended to scold her, but his eyes were misty too. He looked at Lu Ming and said, It's great that you're back. Father and mother have both achieved the God realm. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered that Lu Yuntian and Li Ping had both achieved the God realm. Lu Yuntian had even reached the true God realm. Lu Yuntian had always been fond of cultivation. After coming to the Eldritch universe, He had worked even harder. Although his talent was average, he had also reached the true God realm with Lu Ming's vast resources. As for Li Ping, she didn't like cultivation at all. She was just an ordinary person, and had relied on Lu Ming's resources to increase her cultivation. Chapter 45-28. After entering the immortal state, one would have a long lifespan, at least a stellar year. Lu Ming didn't have to worry about Lu Yintian and Li Ping's lifespan anymore. Grandpa! As soon as Lu Ming greeted Li Ping and Lu Yintian, a crisp voice sounded and a figure jumped into Lu Ming's arms. This figure was naturally Lu Qiahem, Qi, or you're not a little girl anymore. Why are you still acting like a child? Lu Ming coughed and said, Humph Qi, or will always be a child in front of Grandpa. Who dares to gossip? Lu Qi snorted coldly. The corners of his mouth rose as he looked around. Lu Yintian, Ouyang Moli, Yuan Huan and the others burst into laughter. Chia, don't mess around. Lu Shenhuang walked over and scolded with a stern face. However, Lu Qi made a face at Lu Shenhuang and stuck out his tongue. He held on to Lu Ming's arm and refused to let go. Shenhuang, don't worry. Seeing that Lu Shenhuang was about to scold Lu Qi again, Lu Ming raised his hand and stopped Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming doted on this eccentric granddaughter very much. Shenhuang, your cultivation has fallen behind. Even Qi is catching up to you. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Shenhuang's cultivation and said, Dad. Lu Shenhuang's face turned red, and he looked a little embarrassed. Grandpa, Dad doesn't like to go out and take risks, but I'm different. I travel and adventure. I want to be as great as Grandpa in the future. Lu Qi waved her little fist and said, This guy didn't hesitate to betray his biological father. Lu Ming nodded. He noticed that Lu Shenhuang's cultivation had just reached the immortal king realm. Lu Qi's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the heavenly god realm, similar to Ouyang Moli. Logically speaking, Lu Shenhuang's talent was the highest among the juniors, even higher than Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and Lu Qi. However, his cultivation was only slightly higher than Ouyang Moli and Lu Qi, but not as high as Lu Xiang Xiang. Lu Qi was right. Lu Shenhuang didn't like to travel or take risks. He liked to be with his family. It was better when he was young, especially after he got married and had a family. On the other hand, Lu Qi was a mischievous person who liked to take risks and travel everywhere. It was just that he lacked some opportunities, otherwise, his cultivation would be even higher. Qi, are you married? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Qi was not young anymore. He had long reached the age where he could get married. No, there are a lot of people pursuing me, but I don't like any of them. Lu Qi shook his head. Father, this girl's standards are very high. She said that she wants to find a genius like father. Where can she find one? When you come back, you have to discipline her. I have a headache. Lu Shenhuang mumbled, causing Lu Qi to give him a sidelong glance. The others burst into laughter. Master. A fragrant wind drifted over. Xiang Xiang slowly walked over and bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Xiang Xiang wasn't the little girl she used to be. She looked like she was in her 20s. Her figure was slim, and her beauty was outstanding. She wasn't below Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others. Xiang Xiang, your cultivation base isn't bad. Lu Ming nodded satisfactorily. Among them, only Xiang Xiang's cultivation base satisfied Lu Ming. 6th King God Realm. This was Lu Xiang Xiang's cultivation base. Her cultivation speed was already amazing. Xiang Xiang's talent was amazing, and her willpower was even stronger. She had been following in Lu Ming's footsteps, constantly moving forward. It's a pity that she lacks some opportunities. I can bring her to the ruins of the universe and let her practice more. Her cultivation base will have an explosive period. Lu Ming pondered. Next, Lu Ming exchanged a few pleasantries with the rest. They chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at a large hall. Naturally, someone set up a banquet to welcome Lu Ming. During the banquet, Lu Ming also explained his purpose for coming back this time. He wanted to bring everyone away and head to a cultivation place that was 100 times better than the Taishu Sacred Dynasty. In fact, Lu Ming was not exaggerating. The base of the Heaven Exterminating Army in the ruins of the universe had Origin Realm powerhouses who had improved the environment and created a sacred cultivation ground. The actual cultivation conditions were probably 100 times better than those in the Taishu sacred dynasty. Everyone was moved. At the same time, they were extremely tempted. A place 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty? What kind of place was that? Wouldn't their cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds if they cultivated there? Immediately, everyone agreed. They trusted Lu Ming completely. Moreover, cultivation was the most important goal for cultivators. They were different from ordinary people. Ordinary people were particular about staying in a place for a long time. They would treat that place as their root and would not leave easily. However, cultivators were different. In order to increase their cultivation base, they would travel and train everywhere. They would go to some dangerous places. They didn't have a fixed residence. Their goal was to increase their cultivation base. Therefore, if there was a place 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty, everyone wanted to go. They were all looking forward to it. As for the hidden dragon Heavenly King's residence, it was nothing compared to the increase in cultivation. Any one of them would be able to manage it. All right then. You can start preparing. I have a treasure that can form its own world. It's extremely huge. You can take it with you as many people as you want. Those who want to go together can go together. Lu Ming said. All right. Everyone nodded and left one after another to make preparations. Lu Yintian and Li Ping didn't leave. They had nothing to prepare. They just wanted to chat with Lu Ming and talk about what Lu Ming had been through during this time. Oh right, Ming, or where are Xiaoqing and Autumn Moon? How have they been all these years? Have you seen them? Li Ping asked. The two of them were her daughter-in-law, and they hadn't seen each other for many years. Naturally, she missed them very much. Especially Autumn Moon, who was obedient. They had watched her grow up. Back then, Autumn Moon had gone missing while searching for Lu Ming. They were extremely worried because there had been no news of her for so many years. Father, Mother, don't worry. Xiaoqing and Autumn Moon are fine. They are waiting for us at the place we are going. Lu Ming smiled. Good, that's great. Hearing that Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon were fine, and that they would be able to meet soon, the old couple was very happy. Father, Mother, let me introduce you to someone. Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, Autumn Moon appeared in front of the old couple. This is... The old couple sized up Ling Yue, and were both stunned by her appearance and temperament. As the elf princess, Ling Yue had once been ranked as one of the 20 most beautiful women in the universe. There was nothing to say about her temperament and appearance. Father, Mother, her name is Ling Yue. She is the princess of the universe's great elves, and also your future daughter-in-law. As Lu Ming introduced her, he walked to Ling Yue's side and held her small hand. Hearing Lu Ming's introduction, Ling Yue's face turned red like an apple. She looked even more beautiful as she bowed to the old couple and said, Yue greets uncle and aunt. Chapter 45-29. Looking at Ling Yue, Lu Yintian and Li Ping were in a daze. It took them a while to react. Li Ping hurriedly held Ling Yue's hand and looked up and down. Her face was full of smiles as she said, Good. Ling Yue only blushed and lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Yue, you should enter the Great Desolate Ring first. I still have something to say to my parents. Lu Ming said. He mainly wanted to avoid Ling Yue from feeling awkward. All right. Ling Yue quickly nodded. She felt that the pressure from facing Lu Yintian and Li Ping was even greater than facing the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Great Desolate Ring produced a suction force, sending Ling Yue back into the ring. Cough, Minger, aren't you too fickle in love? You already have Autumn Moon and Xiaoqing. I remember that Miss Mulins and Miss Huang Ling were also quite close to you. Why did you find another elf princess now? Lu Yintian coughed dryly. What's wrong with that? It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, my Minger is so outstanding, it's normal for girls to like him. Li Ping immediately spoke up for Lu Ming. In her heart, the more daughter-in-law the better. Is it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Then should I also? Lu Yuntian muttered. What did you say? Li Ping's voice suddenly rose as her eyes widened. Ahaha, no, nothing? Pinger, you look so good today, haha. Lu Yuntian hurriedly laughed to cover it up. Humph. Li Ping snorted coldly. Lu Ming snickered at the side. So this father of his was actually so afraid of his wife. This was the first time he had discovered it. Little brat, you're gloating, aren't you? If you dare to say a single word about what happened today, I won't forgive you. Lu Yuntian sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming, flying into a rage out of humiliation. Lu Ming's smile immediately disappeared, and he pretended as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't seen anything. After that, Li Ping asked about Lu Ming's experiences over the years. Lu Ming only talked about a part of it. Of course, Lu Ming would not talk about the dangerous parts. For example, being captured by the heavenly human race and sent to the heavenly prison. Very quickly, 2 days passed. Outside the hidden Dragon Royal Palace, there was a vast and spacious area filled with people. These were all people who wanted to follow Lu Ming to the new place. The total number of people added up to at least 10 million. After more than 1,000 years of development, as well as the time when he was in the chaotic Star River, Lu Ming's family and friends had a lot of people. Putting everything else aside, just the Lu clan alone had been passed down for dozens of generations, and had an astonishing number of people. There were also the descendants of Hua Qi and Pang Shi, who were already a colossus. Tens of millions of people were not a lot. Of course, not everyone left with Lu Ming. Some people were reluctant to give up the power here, and decided to stay. For example, a portion of the Lu family intended to stay behind. Lu Ming did not reject them, and allowed them to continue managing the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming also left behind a few quasi-emperor puppets to help them guard the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming would not force them to stay or leave. He only wanted the people closest to him to go with him. He did not care about the others. After all, they had brought all the living beings from the primordial realm out of the heaven realm. Now they were scattered in the chaotic Star River, the Qin Tian Starfield, and the Taishu dynasty. The number was shocking. Lu Ming did not care about these people anymore. He would let them develop on their own. Lu Ming would not reject those who wanted to go with Lu Ming. For example, the ancestor of techniques, the ancestral dragon, the 9 lives demonic silkworm, the Titan longhorn beetle, and a group of old comrades who had fought together with him in the past. They were all willing to go with Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally would not reject them. Gate open. Lu Ming stood in the air and shouted. He activated the ancient desolation ring with all his might. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. It was 1,000 miles wide. Go in. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The densely packed silhouettes soared into the sky and disappeared into the vortex. The 1,000 miles wide whirlpool was shocking. Tens of millions of living beings entered the ancient desolation ring in no time. Only Lu Ming was left in this area. To the Taishu sacred capital. Lu Ming took a step forward and headed towards the Taishu sacred capital. However, before Lu Ming left, the Taishu sacred capital was already in danger. The experts from the Angel tribe, the Blood tribe, and the Wu people had already surrounded the Taishu sacred capital. Jingma Kong Shishue, the Undying Demon King, the Holy Old Heavenly King Etian, and the rest were trembling in fear in front of the experts from the 3 tribes. It was mainly because the other party was too terrifying. When the other party arrived, the strongest army of the Taishu dynasty could not withstand a single blow. The other party only sent 1 person, and only used 1 move to wipe out the 100,000 strongest army of the Taishu dynasty. Nothing was left. Even the Undying Demon King was drenched in cold sweat when facing the person who attacked. He was extremely terrified. The other party was too powerful. The Undying Demon King knew that he was no match for the other party. If he attacked, he would only die. He would end up like the 100,000 strong army. Moreover, this was only one of the hundreds of people who had walked out casually. The Angel tribe, the legendary Angel tribe, Jingma Kong Shishue, the Undying Demon King, and the rest were terrified. They could recognize the person who attacked because he had extended his angel wings. The enemy they were facing was the legendary Angel tribe. Although the Taishu dynasty was extremely remote, they had heard rumors about the Angel tribe. They were the overlords of the universe. They were extremely powerful and dominated thousands of star regions in the universe. Compared to the Angel tribe, The Taishu dynasty was like the difference between an ant and a divine dragon. The other party could wipe out the Taishu dynasty with a single breath. Now such a powerful person was actually looking for them. Was the Taishu sacred dynasty going to be finished? Jingma and Kang Shishue turned pale. May I know why all of you have come to the Great Void Holy Court? Jingma asked in a low voice. We're here to find Lu Ming. An elder from the angel tribe spoke. This elder was a divine master realm expert from the angel tribe, named Yeluchuan. You don't have to deny it. We've found out that Lu Ming is from the Taishu dynasty. His family and friends are all in the Taishu dynasty. Tell us, where are Lu Ming's family and friends? Yeluchuan continued. Are they Lu Ming's enemies? At this moment, Jingma, Kang Shishue, the Undying Demon King, Blue Merchant, and the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King were moved. The difference was that Lan Shang and Old Heavenly King Qiansheng were extremely anxious. Lu Ming had actually provoked such an enemy and was about to face a calamity. They were extremely anxious and wanted to send a message to Lu Ming, asking him to bring his family and leave. However, under the surveillance of the Angel Tribe, the Blood Race, and the Wu people, they couldn't do it. Chapter 45-30. Everyone from the Taishu dynasty had many thoughts in their minds, but no one said a word. You'd better tell us quickly. Otherwise, the Taishu dynasty will be annihilated. Yeluchuan said. You want us to betray Heavenly King Hidden Dragon? Dream on. If you want to kill us, then kill us. At this moment, a brawny man shouted. This man was a general of the Taishu dynasty, an 8th-level divine lord. He had received Lu Ming's favor back then, and was loyal to Lu Ming. How dare you disrespect the divine lord? You're courting death. A brawny man from the angel race shouted coldly as his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Bang! The 8th-level divine lord general of the Taishu Holy Court exploded, his body and soul destroyed. Lan Shang, Undying Demon King, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't even see how the brawny man from the angel race attacked. They only heard him shout, and the body of an 8th-level divine lord of the Taishu dynasty exploded. What kind of method was that? Silently killing an 8th-level divine lord without making a sound, making the other party unable to fight back. Even the Undying Demon King couldn't do it. The difference was too great. The experts of the angel race were unfathomable. Apart from the angel race, there were 2 other forces that were also terrifying. How could they fight against such enemies? And what kind of realm was the Divine Lord? Jingma, Kang Shishue, Blue Merchant, Undying Demon King and the others were confused. They had never heard of the Divine Lord realm. Blue Merchant, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, and the others only knew of the Divine Emperor realm. In their eyes, the Divine Emperor realm was the synonym of invincibility. When Undying Demon King was at his peak, he had gone out to explore the universe. However, he only went to a few of the bigger forces and the strongest he knew was the Divine Lord realm. Was the Divine Lord realm a higher realm? I advise you not to hide anything. Our strength isn't something you can guess. If you don't tell us, you'll end up miserable. Yeluchuan said coldly. Jingma, Kang Shishue, and the Undying Demon King all looked hesitant. For Jingma and Kang Shishue, Lu Ming was their savior. It could be said that without Lu Ming, they wouldn't be where they were today. If it was not necessary, they would not betray Lu Ming. As for the Undying Demon King, he was very afraid of Lu Ming because of the anti-magic restriction placed on him by the Bone Devil. If he really betrayed Lu Ming and Lu Ming didn't die, then he would be in trouble. As for Blue Merchant, Holy Old Heavenly King, and Etion, they would never betray Lu Ming. Therefore no one spoke for a while. Looks like you guys are still holding on to hope. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Yeluchuan said coldly. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the universe. Then Jingma, Kang Shishue, Undying Demon King, Blue Merchant, Holy Old Heavenly King, and the others narrowed their eyes and opened their mouths in shock. Huge stars could be seen hanging in the distant starry sky of the universe. At this moment, 5 huge stars suddenly moved towards them. They were very fast. Soon, not far from Taishu's sacred capital, 5 huge stars appeared. They emitted terrifying heat, causing the temperature of the area to rise rapidly. Obviously, These 5 stars had been captured by Yelu Chuan from a distance. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was yet to come. When the 5 stars approached Taishu's sacred capital, they began to shrink rapidly. It was as if there was an invisible force shrouding the 5 stars and compressing them, causing them to shrink continuously. Soon, the 5 stars were compressed into 5 round balls the size of walnuts. They were fiery red like 5 fiery red crystal beads and fell into Yelu Chuan's hand. Kacha, kacha! Yelu Chuan held the 5 round balls in his hand and slowly played with them. When the people of the Taishu dynasty saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were almost scared to death. Shock, incomparable shock, heartless and endless shock. God, what kind of power is this? Those were 5 incomparably huge stars, but with a casual grab from Yelu Chuan, they were compressed into 5 walnut-sized balls that he could grasp in his hand. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have dreamed that there was such a powerful person in the universe. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of power was this? This level of strength was already inconceivable. An ordinary Sir God, if he attacked with all his strength, could cause a devastating blow to a planet. A battle between several slightly stronger divine lords could even blow up an ordinary planet with life. Of course, this referred to ordinary planets with life. Moreover, there were no defensive formations set up on them. A quasi-emperor level existence could easily blow up an ordinary planet with life. However, stars were different. The size of a star was often tens of thousands of times larger than an ordinary planet. It could even be hundreds of thousands, or even millions of times larger. It was too difficult to blow up a star. Quasi-emperors would never be able to do it. Even a divine emperor like Undying Demon could not do it. However, it was just destroying a star. Compared to the difficulty of grabbing 5 stars, compressing them into the size of walnuts, and playing with them in his hand, it was simply incomparable. The difference was like the difference between a candle flame and a bright moon. This kind of means was simply beyond the scope of their imagination. Was this the power of the angel clan, the overlord of the universe? This was too terrifying. Lu Ming had actually offended such a powerful person. There was only one outcome for him, and that was to be dead. Blue Merchant, Holy Old Heavenly King, Etian, and the others looked pale. They were worried about Lu Ming. Jingma Kong Shishue, and Undying Demon's eyes began to flicker. They were deep in thought. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the whereabouts of Lu Ming's family. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also reward you with a supreme opportunity. I don't have much time. Tell me quickly. Yelu Chuan said lightly. The struggle in Jingma, Kong Shishue, and Undying Demon's eyes became more intense. They did not want to say anything, but the other party was too strong. Even if they did not say anything, they could not stop him from searching their souls. At most, we will die. Everyone, I believe in Lu Ming. He will avenge us. Blue Merchant roared. His eyes were filled with determination. You're courting death. The Angel Clan burly man who attacked previously roared. An invisible force pressed on Blue Merchant. With Blue Merchant's cultivation, he would definitely not be able to block this person's attack. He would die on the spot like the previous 8th level Divine Lord General. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. I think you're the one courting death. Then the space in front of Blue Merchant directly cracked. A figure suddenly emerged. The power of the Angel Clan's attack fell on this person, but it did not cause any ripples. Chapter 45-31. The person who had suddenly appeared was naturally Lu Ming. He had left the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace and broken the void. His speed was astonishing. In a short while, he had arrived at the Taishu sacred capital. As soon as he arrived at the Taishu sacred capital, he saw the angel trying to kill Blue Merchant. Lu Ming was enraged. He shouted furiously and broke the void to appear in front of Blue Merchant. He blocked the attack for Blue Merchant. At the same time, a spear light suddenly appeared above the angel's head. The angel only had the cultivation of the first great supreme god layer. The difference between him and Lu Ming was too great. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? The divine lord of the angel clan had never thought that Lu Ming would suddenly appear. He wanted to save him, but it was too late. Poof! The angel's head was pierced through by the spear light. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. His corpse was sucked into the Taishu sacred capital and smashed into the city wall. This, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He killed the Angel Clan's expert? Jingma Kong Shishue, the Undying Demon King, Blue Merchant, and the others immediately noticed Lu Ming. They were astonished. Lu Ming had actually killed the burly man from the Angel Clan just now. Moreover, he had killed him in one move. The Angel Clan's expert strength had left a deep impression on them. He had silently killed an 8th Great Supreme God expert. His strength was unfathomable. He was definitely stronger than the Undying Demon King. Such an expert could easily destroy a force like the Taishu dynasty. He was an existence that was far beyond their reach. He was also an existence that was incomparably terrifying. Such an existence had been killed by Lu Ming in one move. After recovering from their shock, they took a deep breath. Lu Ming is already so strong. It seems like I have seriously underestimated him. Blue Merchant sighed in his heart. He's too strong. In just 1,000 years, Lu Ming has actually reached such a level. It's simply incredible. No wonder he was able to reshape the structure of the Taishu dynasty. He's even more amazing than Jingyu back then. Kong Shishue was also amazed. Especially the Undying Demon King, who could not help but break out in cold sweat. Because he remembered that a few days ago, he seemed to have provoked Lu Ming and wanted to spar with Lu Ming. He even wanted to take down Lu Ming and have Lu Ming remove the anti-magic restriction on him. Thinking of this, he felt a lingering fear. His strength was too far from Lu Ming's. Wanting to spar with Lu Ming with this kind of strength, wasn't that just looking for a beating? Fortunately, he sensed Lu Ming's terrifying aura and stopped in time. At first, he thought that Lu Ming should have at least reached the 3rd Godly Emperor layer, but now he realized that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming has already reached the high-level Godly Emperor layer, or even the legendary Divine Emperor layer? But he has only been away for 1,000 years. How is that possible? The Undying Demon King could not figure it out. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The angels, the Blood Clan, and the Wu people were also shocked. They had come here to capture Lu Ming's family and friends, and then hand them over to the Heavenly Human Clan to threaten Lu Ming. They had never thought that Lu Ming himself would be there too. Great haha. Yelu Chuan reacted quickly and couldn't help but laugh wildly. The Blood Clan and the Wu people also reacted the same way. If Lu Ming was there, why would they capture Lu Ming's family and friends? Wouldn't it be more meritorious for them to capture Lu Ming and hand him over to the Heavenly Human Clan? Bang! One of the Blood Clan's divine lords stepped into the air, exuding a terrifying aura. Under this aura, the entire starry sky was trembling. Then Wu Si, Yelu Chuan, and the others of the Wu people also released powerful qi. Rumble. It was as if the sky and the earth had turned upside down. The sun and the moon had sunk, and the boundless starry sky was shaking. The stars in the distance were shaking as if they were about to fall. The qi of a godly master was too terrifying. Lu Ming used forbidden strength to envelop Blue Merchant and the others. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful qi and would be crushed to death. Haha, as the saying goes, a well-intentioned flower doesn't bloom, but an unintentional willow grows. Lu Ming, you delivered yourself to me. Good, very good, very good. Yelu Chuan laughed. Lu Ming, surrender yourself without putting up a fight. A godly master of the Blood Clan said. You want to capture me with just you? Haha. Lu Ming sneered. To be honest, he didn't take these people seriously. These people actually found this place, making him feel waves of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had come back early. If he had come back a few days later, not only would the Taishu dynasty be in danger, but his family and friends would also be in danger. He had put these people on his must-kill list. In his heart, they were already dead. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're too arrogant. I admit that you're very talented. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you're the best in the universe. But do you really think you can fight against me? Yelu Chuan sneered confidently. Lu Ming's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Emperor God realm. Yes, he didn't know that Lu Ming had broken through to the Godly Master realm. The heavenly human race knew that Lu Ming had broken through to the Godly Master realm in the Life Soul Heavenly Court. However, in the eyes of the heavenly human race, the Blood Clan, and the other races were just slaves. The heavenly human race didn't have the habit of ruling over their slaves. In fact, Lu Ming had broken through to the godly master realm not long ago. Even among the heavenly human race, only a few people knew about it. The angels, the Blood Clan, and the Wu people didn't know that Lu Ming had broken through to the godly master realm. They still thought that Lu Ming was a 9th-level divine god. Moreover, Yalu Chuan was a 2nd-level divine lord, not a 1st-level divine lord. Naturally, he didn't put Lu Ming under pressure. You can try. Lu Ming said indifferently. Don't overestimate yourself. Kneel. Yalu Chuan shouted and slapped down. This palm was 100 times more dazzling than the sun. A huge palm formed in the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming. When the palm struck out, the starry sky trembled. The universe couldn't withstand such a terrifying power. Huge cracks appeared and stretched endlessly. Some of the stars, including the stars, directly exploded. Terrifying, too terrifying. This kind of attack could destroy the world. Jingma, Kong Shishue, Undying Demon King, and the others couldn't help but tremble under the attack. Deep fear rose in their hearts. Helplessness. Under such an attack, they felt a deep sense of helplessness. No matter what they did, they could not escape. There was only death. Their souls would scatter, and they would be turned into ashes. It's over. Jingma, Kong Shishue, Undying Demon King, and the others thought. Lu Ming go? Don't worry about us. Blue Merchant shouted. However, Lu Ming still had a faint smile on his face. Lan Shu, it's okay. I'll go take their heads. Lu Ming smiled. Then a terrifying aura erupted from his body as if a volcano had erupted. Then he punched. Chapter 45-32. Lu Ming threw a punch. A bright fist force erupted, piercing through the void and colliding with Yalu Chuan's condensed palm. It directly pierced through Yalu Chuan's fist force. Your cultivation. How is that possible? Yalu Chuan couldn't believe it, shouting in shock. Lu Ming's aura burst out, revealing his cultivation level. Divine Lord Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the Divine Lord Realm. Yalu Chuan was shocked, as were the experts of the angel race, the blood race, and the Wu people. When he was in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the Emperor God realm. According to reliable sources, Lu Ming's cultivation level had just broken through to the 9th level of the Emperor God realm. He had not been in the 9th level of the Emperor God realm for a long time. Lu Ming had accumulated so much in just a few years. He had broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Jingma, Kong Shishue, the Immortal Demon King, Blue Merchant, and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming's aura was too terrifying, giving them a feeling that it was boundless, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Yalu Chuan's horrifying palm strike, that seemingly irresistible palm strike, was actually defeated by Lu Ming's punch. Was this Lu Ming's real strength? They couldn't calm down. Old man, I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, emitting cold killing intent. He took a step forward and charged towards Yalu Chuan. All the cells in his body trembled. Vast and boundless taboo power surged out continuously, converging into a vast ocean-like power that surged toward Lu Ming's fists. Boom. Lu Ming punched again, shattering the void. The terrifying fist energy pierced through the universe and headed towards Yalu Chuan. Before the fist energy reached him, the pressure from the void had already pressed down on some of the angel race, the blood race, and the Wu people. These people had pained looks on their faces as they howled in pain. Cracks could be seen on the surface of these people's bodies. Under the terrifying pressure, their bodies became distorted and deformed, and finally, with a bang, they exploded. Before the fist force arrived, more than 20 people from the 3 races were killed by the pressure of the fist force. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. In an instant, the fist energy closed in on Yalu Chuan, locking him in place. Angel Battle Sword. Yi Lu Chuan roared. 10 angelic wings appeared on his back. Holy light soared to the sky as an angelic sword flew out, slashing out a terrifying sword light that collided with Lu Ming's fist energy. Boom. With a deafening boom, Yalu Chuan's body was sent flying, crashing into a distant planet. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. A large hole had been blasted in his chest. His front and back were completely transparent. His body had almost been blasted into two. In one move, Yelu Chuan was severely injured. This time, the remaining people of the angels, the blood tribe, and the sorcerer tribe were all stunned. Yelu Chuan was a second-level divine lord, but he was severely injured in one move. How could Lu Ming's battle strength be so terrifying? Run, run. Leave this place. We're no match for him. Then the angels, vampires, and Wu people panicked. They roared and tried to escape. Although the three races had 5 divine lords and the vampires had a second-level divine lord, they knew that even if they worked together, they were no match for Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. He activated the battle character manual, increasing his battle strength by 7 times. He waved his hands, and a continent appeared in the sky. The second move of his self-created secret technique, the primordial desolate form. In an instant, the continent expanded rapidly. It was even larger than the great illusionary Saint Realm. It covered the sky and the sun, enveloping all the people of the 3 races. Then he pressed down. Kaboom! The violent energy shook the heavens and the earth. The people of the 3 races had nowhere to run. Block it. Let's attack together. A divine lord from the blood race roared. He transformed into his true form, which was a giant bat. When he spread his wings, they were tens of thousands of miles long. Moreover, the bat's wings were golden. When he flapped his wings, there was an explosion of bloody light. This was a second-layer divine master, and his terrifying aura made Lan Shang, Undying Demon King, and the others turn pale. In addition, there was another first-level divine lord from the blood race. He also transformed into his true form. The other masters of the blood race also transformed into their true forms. The angels of the angel race spread their wings. Holy light spread out and illuminated the sky. The Wu people also attacked with all their might. Black fog filled the sky. The masters of the 3 races joined forces and attacked the primordial desolate continent with the strongest attack of their lives. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The universe shook violently. Then the attacks of the 3 races collapsed. They couldn't stop Lu Ming's attack at all. Screams rang out. The bodies of the masters below the divine lord realm of the 3 races exploded. Their souls were destroyed by the powerful force. They died on the spot. When the primordial desolate continent pressed down, all the masters below the divine lord realm of the 3 races died. Only 4 divine master realm existences were still alive. There was a first-level divine lord from the angel race, a second-level divine lord and a first-level divine lord from the blood race, and Wu Si from the Wu people. The 4 of them trembled violently, especially the 3 first-level divine lords. Cracks appeared on their skin, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. The second-level divine lord from the blood race was also injured. One of his golden wings was destroyed. This Blue Merchant Jingma, Kong Shishue, Undying Demon King, Thousand Saint Old Heavenly King, and the others had their mouths wide open. They were completely stunned and petrified. At this moment, they felt as if their brains had turned into mush. They couldn't understand what was going on. The shock in his heart could not be greater. One move. With just one move, only a few of the hundreds of masters were left. Those masters who seemed to be lawless and as vast as the abyss, as if they could destroy the universe, were also injured by Lu Ming's attack. As for the others, they died immediately. There were hundreds of masters, and each of them seemed to have terrifying strength. Just now, several hundred people had joined forces to erupt, and each of them had displayed incomparably terrifying strength. They felt that any one of them was stronger than Undying Demon King. Any one of them could defeat the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. So many masters, and they had joined forces, but they were killed by Lu Ming with one move. Lu Ming's strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. Undying Demon King's body kept trembling. He was afraid. Previously, he wanted to fight with Lu Ming, but he was simply overestimating himself. He was courting death. Lu Ming might be able to crush him into smithereens and destroy his body and soul. Jingma Kong Shishue and the others were also shocked. It had only been 1,000 years since Lu Ming left the Taishu dynasty, And he had reached such an unbelievable level. Was he still human? Chapter 45-33. The power is too scattered. It's indeed much weaker. Lu Ming frowned when he saw that the 4 divine masters were still alive. He wasn't satisfied with the power of the Eldritch Barren Land style. He had made the Eldritch Barren Land extremely large with the purpose of covering the hundreds of masters of the 3 races, and ensuring that no one could escape. The larger the area, the less powerful it was. Although it was more than enough to kill beings below the God Emperor realm, it wasn't enough to kill divine masters. Several divine masters joined forces to resist, but they were only injured and didn't die. But this is enough. Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air, condensing a long spear. He took a step forward, charging towards Yelu Chuan at lightning speed. The long spear pressed down like a mountain, covering the sky and enveloping Yelu Chuan. Yelu Chuan was severely injured and couldn't escape at all. That cold and terrifying murderous aura made Yelu Chuan's heart turn cold. No, don't kill me. I'm a member of the heavenly human race. If you kill me, the heavenly human race won't let you go. Yelu Chuan shouted in fear. Yes, he was from the angel race. His surname wasn't originally this, but he was loyal to the heavenly human race and had made great contributions, so the heavenly human race gave him the surname. This was an extremely honorable thing for all the races in the universe. Being given a surname by the heavenly human race meant that he was half a member of the heavenly human race. He would be respected by all the races in the universe. In fact, this was also a way for the heavenly human race to win people over. The heavenly human race would give surnames to those who had made great contributions and were loyal to the heavenly human race. This was also a way to control the other races. However, Yelu Chuan was desperate. He used the heavenly human race to threaten Lu Ming. Didn't he know that the forbidden body was the enemy of the heavenly human race? If he used the heavenly human race to threaten Lu Ming, he would die even if he didn't. Ridiculous. Lu Ming said coldly. He didn't stop attacking. The long spear pressed down at an even faster speed and finally hit Yelu Chuan's body. Yelu Chuan let out an unwilling scream. Then his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. A second-level divine master was killed just like that. You want to leave? Then, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the surroundings, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was because the other 4 divine masters had already fled in all directions. They fled in 4 different directions at an extremely fast speed. Tei Bai was the blood race expert at the second level of the divine master realm. With a flap of his wings, he tore open the starry sky and traveled through the void. In a flash, he was already 1,000,000 miles away. However, how could Lu Ming let them escape? The war god spear appeared in his hand and taboo energy gushed into it. Whoosh! The war god spear charged toward the second-level divine master of the blood race. Too fast. The war god spear was fast to the extreme. It rushed into the dark void and disappeared. But a moment later, a scream came from the distant starry sky, and then a massive figure appeared. It was the blood race second-layer divine lord. However, at that moment, that person's head had already exploded. There was no sound at all. Evidently, he was already dead. At the same time that Lu Ming threw out the war god spear, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique and appeared in front of the Wu people's Wu Si. The 3 first-level divine masters had been severely injured by the Desolate Era's attack, so their speed was greatly affected. Lu Ming caught up with them easily. Lu Ming! Wu Si was shocked and quickly retreated, his heart filled with fear. Back then, he had pursued Lu Ming all the way to the dragon race's mother planet. Back then, the ant that was not worth mentioning in his eyes had now grown to such a level, and could easily kill him. Lu Ming didn't waste any time. The moment he appeared, he threw out a punch. Wu Si roared, his voice stern. He used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. The difference in strength between him and Lu Ming was too great. Moreover, he was injured. With a bang, Wu Si's body exploded. Humph, the substitution technique is useless in front of me, Lu Ming said coldly. He bent his fingers into a claw and grabbed at the void. The void collapsed and a scream could be heard. Lu Ming grabbed a figure out of the void. It was Wu Si. It turned out that Wu Si had used the Wu people's substitution technique. Lu Ming had only killed Wu Si's substitution puppet with one punch. His original body had already escaped into the void, and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, none of his actions could escape Lu Ming's eyes. He grabbed Wu Si and pulled him out. "No, don't kill me," Wu Si shouted in fear. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he didn't want to waste time talking to him. He clenched his hand and a violent energy surged into Wu Si's body. Wu Si's body exploded and his soul was destroyed. As soon as Wu Si died, the War God Spear flew back to Lu Ming's hand, and was caught by Lu Ming. Swish! Lu Ming swung the War God Spear again, and it flew toward the other first-level Divine Lord of the Blood Race. As for himself, he used the Greater Teleportation technique, and charged toward the first-level Divine Lord of the Angel Race. The slight delay in killing Wu Si had allowed the two first-level Divine Lords to escape far away. However, Lu Ming was confident that the War God Spear was enough to kill the first-level Divine Lord of the Blood Race. After Lu Ming had infused the War God Spear with forbidden energy, it had become extremely powerful. Moreover, the War God Spear was a top-grade origin-grade divine weapon, and possessed a powerful spirituality. It was more than enough to kill an injured first-level Divine Lord of the Blood Race. Swish! 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 Lu Ming hurriedly chased after the angel. The distance between the two of them was constantly closing. Too terrifying. Lu Ming is too terrifying. I must spread the news to the angel race, to the celestial race. The first-level Divine Lord of the angel race fled while using the illusory Divine Jade to spread the news. Heaven Sundering style kill. Lu Ming coldly roared as he transformed into a spear. At the same time, he erupted with origin energy. Originally, Lu Ming didn't need to use origin energy to deal with trash like this, but in order to kill this person as quickly as possible, he had no choice. Lu Ming couldn't allow the angel race to spread the news. Although he would take his family and friends with him, including those he was close with, he would take them with him. However, there were still some people who would stay behind. For example, the Lu family, Jingma Kong Shishue, and the others would stay behind. If the celestial race found out about this, they would definitely unleash their wrath and turn the Taishu dynasty into a purgatory. From the fate of the elf race, one could see that the celestial race would never show mercy to other races. The Heaven Sundering style had the advantage of the greater extreme light art. His speed instantly increased, and he shot forward like an aurora, instantly catching up to the first-level Divine Lord of the Angel Race. Before the Angel Race could use the illusory Divine Jade to spread the news, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his body, and the terrifying energy reduced his body to ashes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Angel Race's storage ring. Lu Ming took a step forward and returned to the Great Void Sacred Capital, where Blue Merchant and the others were waiting. Chapter 45-34. As soon as Lu Ming returned to Blue Merchant and the others, the Battle God Spear flew back with a storage ring. Apparently, the Battle God Spear had killed the Blood Tribe's Divine Master. With a thought, the Battle God Spear turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's glabella, disappearing from sight. At this moment, Jingma Kong Shishue, Blue Merchant, Undying Demon King, Thousand Holy Heavenly King, Etion, and the others were completely dumbfounded. They stood there as if they had been petrified. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. They thought they were dreaming. But this dream was too real, wasn't it? That terrifying aura. The aura that made the galaxy tremble. The aura that terrified them, it was too real. How could it be fake? How could it be a dream? Even if they were dreaming, they wouldn't dream of such a scene. That kind of power was beyond the limits of their imagination. But Lu Ming was too crazy, wasn't he? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Monster and freak weren't enough to describe Lu Ming. Blue Merchant, Thousand Holy Heavenly King, are you ready? Let's go now. Lu Ming reminded them. Okay. Blue Merchant and the others finally snapped out of their daze. Lu. No, Hidden Dragon Heavenly King. I wonder if we can send more people to go with you? Kong Shishue said, looking nervously at Lu Ming. She seemed very reserved. Before she knew about Lu Ming's true combat strength, she could still get along with Lu Ming as an equal. After all, she was the mother of the new Great Void Saint Emperor, and Lu Ming was just a heavenly king. But now when he faced Lu Ming, he could no longer maintain his composure. There was only fear and trepidation. She knew very well that given her status, she was nothing in front of Lu Ming. In the primitive universe, everything was based on the truth. With strength came status. With Lu Ming's cultivation and strength, it would be easy for him to create a force thousands of times stronger than the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, she was trembling with fear in front of Lu Ming. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and make Lu Ming unhappy. After saying that, she looked at Lu Ming nervously. Sure, as soon as possible, Lu Ming said. He wanted to return to the Heaven Destroyer's base as soon as possible. After all, when he first came out, he had sealed Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. Now Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon should have been unsealed long ago. What would they do after they were unsealed? Would the water directly rush into the elven territory? It was very dangerous there. Lu Ming couldn't help but worry. And here, it was too far away from the base of the universe ruins. The voice-transmitting jade talisman couldn't reach that far. Lu Ming couldn't even inquire about the news. Okay, let's do it as soon as possible. Kong Shishua nodded repeatedly and immediately left with Jingma. In fact, after seeing Lu Ming's strength, even they themselves wanted to leave with Lu Ming. But after thinking about it, they still couldn't bear to leave the foundation here. In the end, they decided to send more people to cultivate with Lu Ming. Well, Lu Ming. No, senior, I was wrong before. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. You are a great man, and don't hold grudges against me. Haha. Immortal Demon also came over. He actually admitted that he was a junior, and put his posture very low in front of Lu Ming. In the universe, strength was the most important thing. In terms of strength, it wasn't wrong for him to call Lu Ming a senior. Of course, this also needed to be thick-skinned. Those who weren't thick-skinned really couldn't say it out loud. It's okay, but you'd better not think too much in the future. Let me tell you, I won't treat you badly if you follow me, Lu Ming said lightly. Don't worry, young Master Ming. In the future, I will follow your lead and be at your beck and call. Immortal Demon swore. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Why didn't he realize that this old guy was so thick-skinned before? This, Blue Merchant and Heavenly King Qiansheng hesitated on the side. After seeing Lu Ming's true strength, they also became a little cautious in front of Lu Ming. They were all smart people. After seeing Lu Ming's strength, they could guess that Lu Ming was probably the strongest existence in the universe. The gap between them was too big. Lan Shu, Heavenly King Qiansheng, you have been very kind to me. You don't have to be so cautious. I am still the same person as before, Lu Ming said. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Blue Merchant and Heavenly King Qiansheng heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to face Lu Ming in the future. Immortal Demon was envious. If he had known that Lu Ming was so incredible, he would have clung to Lu Ming's leg when he saw Lu Ming back then. It's not too late now. I will definitely rely on this leg. I will break through to a higher level, the first Divine Emperor layer, the second Divine Emperor layer, and even the Divine Emperor layer. The Undying Demon King roared in his heart and warned himself. Given that he had lived for dozens of stellar years, he would not be so agitated. However, Lu Ming was simply too powerful. He was unbelievably powerful. He was so powerful that he found it difficult to remain calm. They didn't have to wait for too long. Jingma and Kong Shishua's people were ready. Let's go in. Lu Ming waved his hand and opened the ancient desolation ring. A huge vortex appeared in the heavenly palace. Blue Merchant, Heavenly King Qiansheng, and the others flew into the vortex. Needless to say, they were astonished when they entered the ancient desolation ring, but Lu Ming didn't care. Very quickly, everyone entered the ancient desolation ring. Everyone, see you later. Lu Ming cupped his fists to Kong Shishua and Jingma. Then he turned around and stepped out. The starry sky cracked automatically. He entered the space crack and disappeared. Only Jingma and Kong Shishua were left behind. They were in a daze. Lu Ming hurried on with all his strength. At the same time, he used the great imitation technique to change his appearance and life origin chi. He turned into a young man from the Angel clan. If he hurried on with his original appearance, he would most likely alarm the people of the Heavenly Palace. After all, he still had to use the wormhole to hurry on. Even though his current speed was very fast, it was still not as fast as using the wormhole. In this way, Lu Ming spent about half a month to return to the Heaven Destroyer's base in the ruins of the universe. After returning to the Heaven Destroyer's base, he immediately rushed to their residence. At their residence, Lu Ming didn't see Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. He only saw Wan Shun, Dandan, and Bubbles. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon really went to find him? Wan Shun, Dandan, Bubbles, Xiaoqing, and Autumn Moon, where did you go? Lu Ming quickly asked. They're fine. Lu Ming, it's great that you're fine. There are rumors in the Heavenly Palace that you're dead. Wan Shun said. That's right. So the people of the Heavenly Palace were bullshitting. I knew it. How could Lu Ming be dead? Do you think it's that easy to follow me? Dandan shouted. As for Bubbles, she hung on Lu Ming's body. Chapter 45-35. Big brother Lu Ming, I'm so glad that you're fine. Bubbles hung onto Lu Ming's body, wiping her snot and tears on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace announced to the public that he had already fallen? That was also possible. After all, when the ancestral land of the elves was destroyed, he rushed into the space crack. There was a high possibility that he would be turned into ashes under the destructive power of the crack. However, it might not be deliberately spread by the Heavenly Palace. After all, there were many people in the Heavenly Palace who saw him rushing into the crack. It was possible that some people made wild guesses and spread it. Of course I'll be fine. By the way, where are Xiaoqing and Autumn Moon? Lu Ming asked again. Back then, you sealed Miss Xie and Miss Autumn Moon and left alone. After the seal was removed, they were very angry and wanted to go to the elves to find you. We couldn't stop them. Fortunately, Senior Fei Huang came back at that time and stopped them. During this time, Miss Xie and Miss Autumn Moon have been at Senior Fei Huang's residence. Pantheon said. Then I'll go see them now. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you have to be mentally prepared. I heard that they are still very angry. Dandan said. By the way, about the news of my death, do they know? Lu Ming asked. They don't know. We didn't dare to tell them. Dandan said. That's good. I have a way to deal with them. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Soon they arrived at Fei Huang's residence and saw Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. Lu Ming. Young master. When they saw Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon were surprised. However, they soon thought of something, and their faces darkened. Haha, Xiaoqing, Mid-Autumn Moon, I'm back. I haven't seen you for a while. I really missed you. Lu Ming said shamelessly. You want to kill us? Lu Ming, in order to save your little fairy lover, you even sacrificed your own life and sealed us. Good, very good. Xian Yanqing sneered, his face cold. As for Autumn Moon, she pouted and looked at Lu Ming with hatred. Autumn Moon has been led astray by Xiaoqing. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Even the gentle and lovely Autumn Moon treated him like this. Lu Ming was very sad. Of course, this also proved that Autumn Moon was really angry. Haha, little Qing, what are you saying? After all, the elf race is implicated by me. I can't just ignore it. Lu Ming laughed, trying to bluff his way out. Humph, don't try to bluff your way out. Today you have to give us an explanation. That's right. Young master, you have to give us an explanation. I didn't expect that you would attack us. Autumn Moon is really sad. The two girls didn't give in and pressed on. Wan Shun, Dandan, and Bubbles looked down and pretended not to see anything. Especially Dandan, who smiled from time to time. She looked like she was waiting to see how he would deal with it. Lu Ming, tell me, how do you want an explanation? Xian Yanqing stepped forward. Xiaoqing, Autumn Moon, look who I brought. Lu Ming finally used his trump card. That was the diversion of attention. He waved his hand, and a few people appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, and the others. Master, madam. Seeing Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, Autumn Moon was pleasantly surprised. Autumn Moon, my child, I finally meet you. Li Ping teared up when she saw Autumn Moon. Madam. Qiu dashed into Li Ping's arms, tears streaming down her face. She had long forgotten about Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Xian Yanqing's attention was completely attracted by Lu Shenhuang and the others. Shenhuang. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Shenhuang, her eyes filled with longing and love. Mum. Lu Shenhuang hurried over. Mum. Lu Shenhuang's wife also went over and called out, "Grandma, long time no see. I miss you so much." Lu Qi dashed over and grabbed Xian Yinqing's arm, refusing to let go. "Dear, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has almost caught up to your father." Xian Yinqing's cold face had already melted into a smile. He patted Lu Qi's head affectionately. As for Lu Ming's matter, he had already put it aside. Wan Shun, Dandan, and Bubbles were dumbfounded. How did this work? "Lu Ming, you're awesome." Wan Shun gave him a thumbs up. "Lu Ming, you're despicable and shameless." "Bah, you're smart and powerful. You already have some of my style." Dandan whispered to Lu Ming. The reunion of family was joyous, and there seemed to be endless topics to talk about. Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon temporarily forgot about Lu Ming. The unhappiness in their hearts also disappeared. After quite a while, Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon finally remembered Lu Ming. They both glared at him and let it pass. Half a day later, Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Qiu Yu, Dandan, Bubbles, and the rest led Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to an open space. There were no living beings living in this place. The conditions for cultivation were also excellent. Heaven Destroyer's base was made up of continents. The foundation of these continents was actually the primeval continent. After being modified by reciprocity experts, the cultivation environment here was extremely good. There were also various places for training. Even if it couldn't compare to the primeval ring, it wasn't bad either. It was 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming planned to put the people of the Taishu dynasty, the Lu family, Hua Qi, and the others here. He didn't plan to let them stay in the primeval ring forever. Although the cultivation environment in the primeval ring was definitely the best for those below the Divine Lord realm, it was much better than here. However, Lu Ming would always carry the primeval ring with him. He would go out adventuring and traveling. Moreover, the heavenly human race would always be watching him. He might run into danger at any time. What if he was captured by the heavenly human race like last time? His family and friends would be in great danger if they followed him. Only when his cultivation was high enough, and he no longer feared any danger, would he put his family and friends in the primeval ring. He naturally wouldn't give a treasure like the primeval ring to others. He had to carry it with him at all times. Of course, this was also because his past and future selves weren't present. If they were, one of them could carry the primeval ring and stay in the Heaven Destroyer's base. That wouldn't be bad. But now this was all he could do. With a wave of his hand, a huge vortex appeared in the air. Lu Ming's consciousness appeared in the primeval ring and communicated with everyone. After a while, a large number of people flew out. They were the Undying Demon King, Blue Merchant, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, and the people of the Lu family. After they came out, they were reluctant to leave. Cultivating in the primeval ring was just too good. In such a short time, some of them even broke through. However, Lu Ming had explained it before, so they could only come out. Moreover, the cultivation conditions here weren't bad either. Immediately, everyone began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. Peak. Chapter 45-36. After seeing that the Taishu dynasty, the Lu family, Hua Qi, and the others had arranged everything in an orderly manner, Lu Ming left the place alone and went to ask Fei Huang for a treasure. Then he came to another place with no one around. The Heaven Destroyer's base was made up of dozens of continents. Moreover, the area of each continent was extremely large. Some large continents were far larger than those planets with life. They could accommodate countless living beings. Moreover, there was more than one Heaven Destroyer's base. It was said that there were several other bases of Heaven Destroyer in the depths of the universe ruins. It was just that Lu Ming had never been there before. Therefore, the Heaven Destroyer's base could be considered vast and sparsely populated. It was simply too easy to accommodate the creatures that Lu Ming had brought with him. Moreover, there was a reason why Lu Ming chose this place. This was because Fei Huang and the other experts had gone to rescue the elves and rescued a portion of them. Those elves lived in this area. Lu Ming stood in the sky and looked into the distance. He could see a dense forest in front of him. There were some wooden houses built in the forest, and from time to time, figures would flash by. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could naturally see clearly that those were all elves. Of course, this forest couldn't be compared to the elf palace. The difference was too great. The elf palace had countless incomparably huge elven ancient trees. Those ancient trees were thousands or even tens of thousands of miles tall. They covered the sky and produced endless wood essence. They would also produce a large number of elven wood hearts, which were very helpful to the cultivation of the elves. However, the forest in front of him was just an ordinary tree. It was worlds apart from the elven ancient trees. After Lu Ming communicated with Ling Yue with his spiritual sense, he opened the door of the great desolate ring, and a huge vortex appeared in the air. Ling Yue was the first to fly out. Soon after, the other elves also flew out. There weren't many of them. Some of them were the people that had been saved on that island, while the others were the elven geniuses in the elven ancestral land. When these elves came out and saw Lu Ming, they all glared at him angrily. Lu Ming was expressionless and pretended not to see it. Yue, our clansmen live in the forest ahead. In the future, we shall live in this region. Lu Ming said. Yes. Ling Yue nodded. At this moment, the other elves also discovered the forest and immediately revealed expressions of joy. Now the elf race was almost completely annihilated. They originally thought that they might be the only ones who survived. Now that they saw other elves, they were naturally ecstatic. They immediately flew towards the forest. When they approached the forest, they were immediately discovered by the elves in the forest. The elves in the forest immediately flew out. Immediately, numerous figures appeared in the sky above the forest. About 50 million people. Lu Ming thought. His spirit sense swept out and enveloped the entire forest, roughly estimating the number of elves living in the forest. 50 million people might seem like a lot, but it was actually very little. One had to know that in the past, the elf race had occupied a large number of star regions. The elf race had thrived for countless years, giving birth to countless members of their race. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as trillions. 50 million people, compared to the past, was really a drop in the ocean. Moreover, many of these 50 million elves had ordinary knowledge. Their cultivation was very low, and they couldn't even fly in the air. Only about 1 million could fly in the sky above the forest. Compared to the previous base of the elf race, it was really too little. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't find a single divine master. The strongest was only at the 9th level of the divine god realm. It seemed that the divine master of the elf race was targeted by the heavenly palace at the first moment, and sent experts to hunt them down. Therefore none of them escaped. When Fei Huang and the others received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. The experts of the elf race were either killed or captured. Not only were the elites killed, but even the ordinary elves were also killed. As for the rest, most of them were captured by the heavenly palace as slaves. Therefore, even with Fei Huang and the others' abilities, they could only bring out 50 million elves. Princess, it's the princess. The princess is fine. That's great, that's great. The heavens have blessed us. In the sky above the forest, the elves were overjoyed when they saw Ling Yue. They quickly flew over and bowed to Ling Yue. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. There's no need to be so polite. Ling Yue hurriedly said. Princess, I heard that the elf ancestral land was surrounded and a great battle broke out behind it. The elf ancestral land collapsed. How did we escape? Someone asked. We've heard about the elf ancestral land. What happened after the great battle in the elf ancestral land? Ling Yue was not in a hurry to answer. I heard that the evil spirit lord of the ancestral land has appeared and fought with the people of the heavenly palace. The battle destroyed the heavens and the earth, and even the ancestral land was destroyed. Later on, more experts from the heavenly palace came, and I heard that they suppressed the evil spirit lord. This person used to be an elder of the elf race, and had a cultivation of the 9th level of the divine lord realm. Before Ling Yue came, he had the highest status in the elf race. The reason why we were able to escape was all thanks to Lu Ming risking his life to save us. At this time, Ling Yue pointed at Lu Ming and said, What? Lu Ming. It's him, it's Lu Ming. It's all his fault. It's all because of him that the heavenly palace attacked us elves. It's all his fault. Many of the elves roared as they stared at Lu Ming hatefully. Everyone back then, Lu Ming changed his name to Mu Yin unintentionally. He also felt very guilty, and if he hadn't risked his life to save us, we would have died at the hands of the elves. Ling Yue hurriedly explained. The knot in her heart towards Lu Ming had already been untied. Her heart was naturally on Lu Ming's side, and she wanted to resolve the grudge between Lu Ming and the elves. Princess, don't be fooled by him. That's right. If it wasn't for him, how could our clan be like this? How could His Majesty have died in battle? The elves naturally wouldn't forgive Lu Ming so easily. They were still glaring at Lu Ming. Ling Yue sighed in her heart. Then, with a thought, a jade bottle appeared in her hand. Opening the jade bottle, an incomparably exuberant life essence spread out, attracting the attention of every elf. All the elves looked at the jade bottle, revealing looks of doubt and shock. This aura. Why does it look so much like the holy tree seed? Really, I feel like it too. However, that holy tree seed was successfully nurtured by us and turned into the elven holy tree. Later on, it was cut off by the celestial race. How could another holy tree seed appear here? A few Divine Lord Realm elves discussed animatedly. They were all in the Divine Lord Realm, and could be considered the upper echelons of the elf clan. Naturally, they knew a lot of things. The holy tree seed that Lu Ming had brought out had been successfully nurtured, and turned into the elven holy tree. Although it hadn't grown into a big tree yet, it was only a matter of time. However, when the heavenly palace attacked, it was cut off. Chapter 45-37. The elves were all puzzled because the aura emitted by the jade bottle in Ling Yue's hand was too similar to the holy tree seed. At this time, Ling Yue picked up the jade bottle. With the lid down, a seed flew out. It was the holy tree seed. The holy tree seed emitted a hazy radiance, and an incomparably dense life energy was emitted, enveloping all the elves. Bathed in the dense life energy, all the elves felt their pores open, and they felt incomparably comfortable. The holy tree seed. It really is the holy tree seed. The princess actually has a holy tree seed in her hands. It's truly a blessing from the heavens. The heavens have not destroyed our elf clan. Even if the heavenly palace wanted to destroy us, they would not be able to do so. That's right. With the new holy tree seed and the princess talent, our elf clan will definitely rise again, and be stronger than before. All the elves were overjoyed. Many of them couldn't hold it in and started to roar. The holy tree seed could nurture the elven holy tree. The elven holy tree was too important to the elves. Within the range of the elven holy tree, it could turn ordinary trees into elven ancient trees, and give birth to elven wood hearts. Furthermore, when the elves cultivated on the elven holy tree, not only would their cultivation speed be astonishing, they would also be able to continuously improve their talent and purify their bloodline, allowing the elf's talent to become stronger and stronger. One had to know that at the peak of the elf clan's history, they were close to the top 10 races. That was because of the elven holy tree. Later on, when the elf clan was in chaos and the elven holy tree was cut down, the strength of the elf clan plummeted and continued to decline until it reached the 33rd rank of the Great Desolate 10,000 races. From this, it could be seen how important the elven holy tree was. In addition, they also had the elf princess Ling Yue. In the Battle of the Supreme Immortal City, Ling Yue had revealed her terrifying talent. She was actually able to compete with the heavenly daughter of the celestial clan, reaching a shocking 11 stars of battle strength. This kind of talent could be said to be the best in the elf clan. In the history of the elf clan, there had never been such an astonishing genius. In time, the elf princess Ling Yue would definitely become a peak expert in the universe, and her cultivation would even surpass the ancestors of the elf clan. With these two blessings, it was not impossible for the elf clan to reach their peak in the future, or even further. Many elves' eyes that were filled up with despair, long, and Ling Yue that was Long Yue long. In a short period of time, they had seen Ling Yue and the elven tree seed. This was a great surprise for them. Everyone, this is indeed the seed of the holy tree. Furthermore, this seed was given to us by Lu Ming. Ling Yue said loudly. Everyone fell silent and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Princess, did Lu Ming give us this seed of the holy tree as well? Really? Don't speak up for him. The old elder said. They were all veterans of the martial arts world, so how could they not see that Ling Yue was siding with Lu Ming? It's absolutely true. Think about it. Where would I get the holy tree seed from? If I had it, I would have handed it over long ago. Actually, during the holy seed assessment, Lu Ming obtained a total of 2 holy tree seeds. He gave one to the elf tribe and kept the other for himself. Now the holy fairy tree that we nurtured has already been destroyed by the heavenly human tribe. So he has given us the second seed of the holy fairy tree from his collection in order to help the fairy tribe develop. Ling Yue said. So that's how it is. The hearts of the elves stirred as they felt that it was very possible. Just as Ling Yue had said, if she had the seed of the holy tree, she would have taken it out to cultivate it long ago. After all, the holy tree seed would only be of great use if it was nurtured into a holy tree. A single holy tree seed was useless. And since Lu Ming was able to obtain 1 holy tree seed back then, it was not impossible for him to obtain 2. The elves fell silent. The holy tree seed was something that they desperately desired, but it was still impossible for them to let go of their grudges and forgive Lu Ming. Yue, then let's nurture the holy tree seed into a holy fairy tree now. At this moment Lu Ming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Ah. What? Now? Ling Yue was stunned. She was tongue-tied as she looked at Lu Ming. What did Lu Ming say just now? He was going to nurture the holy tree seed into a holy fairy tree now? How was this possible? It wasn't that easy to nurture the holy tree seed into a holy fairy tree. It was extremely difficult, and the process was extremely complicated. One had to gather a large amount of suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and expend a large amount of resources and energy in order to successfully nurture it. And now, there were only these people left in the elf clan. They didn't have any treasures to nurture the holy tree seed. They didn't do any preparatory work, so how could they nurture the holy tree? It turned out that Lu Ming didn't know how difficult it was to nurture the holy tree. A holy tree was nurtured the same as an ordinary tree? The other elves were also somewhat dumbfounded. Some of them even revealed mocking expressions. Of course it's now. Let's go. With that, Lu Ming pulled Ling Yue's small hand and flew towards the sky above the forest. Very quickly, they arrived at the center of the forest and landed on an empty space below. Many of the elves also flew over to watch. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would nurture the holy tree of the elves. In their opinion, this was simply impossible. He didn't do any preparatory work, nor did he have any heavenly materials or earthly treasures to nurture the holy tree of the elves. Yue, give me the holy tree seed. Lu Ming said. N. Ling Yue nodded her head in a daze and handed the holy tree seed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the holy tree seed and placed it on the ground. Following that, a jade bottle appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He opened the jade bottle and poured a green liquid onto the holy tree seed. Wang. Suddenly, the holy tree seed seemed to tremble for a moment, as if it had produced a powerful suction force that absorbed the green liquid into the seed. Lu Ming continued to pour it out as the holy tree seed continued to absorb it. Very quickly, the jade bottle was empty and all the green liquid was absorbed by the holy tree seed. At this moment, the holy tree seed trembled again, and then emitted a dazzling light. Waves of unimaginably dense life essence continuously spread out. Enveloped by this life essence, the other trees in the forest began to grow crazily. The ancient trees that were originally only a few hundred meters tall grew crazily, becoming 1,000 meters tall, a few thousand meters tall, 10,000 meters tall. The diameter of the trees was also crazily increasing. It's revived, the holy tree seed has revived. Some of the elves cried out loudly. At the scene, all the elves were stunned. The holy tree seed had actually revived. How was this possible? Especially the few Divine Lord Realm elves. They were even more shocked. They clearly remembered how much effort and price the elves had paid to revive the holy tree seed last time. And now it was revived just like that. Chapter 45-38. The people of the elf clan were all stunned. Lu Ming had only poured a bottle of green liquid down, and the holy tree seed had already revived? Wasn't this too easy? It was so easy that it felt unreal. Look, the holy tree seed has taken root. Suddenly, another loud roar resounded throughout the entire place. At this moment, the sky above this area was filled with elves, all of them staring at the holy tree seed. The holy tree seed had really sprouted. At a speed visible to the naked eye, white and tender roots extended from the seed wall and pierced into the soil. It's taking root. Is it really taking root? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Quickly tell me. Some of the elves who couldn't squeeze in and couldn't see shouted, urgently wanting to know the situation of the holy tree seed. It really took root. Not only did it take root, it even sprouted. It sprouted. Heavens, it really sprouted. Many elves cried out. At this moment, a few divine Lord Realm Elf clan elders and Ling Yue all widened their eyes as they stared blankly at the holy tree seed. This was because the holy tree seed was really taking root and sprouting. At the beginning, a spore grew. Following that, a few leaves grew out of the spore. The leaves continued to grow, and a root grew out. A small sapling appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The growth speed was too fast. It had only been a few minutes, but the holy tree seed had already grown into a small sapling. The holy tree seed that had grown into a small sapling could no longer be called a holy tree seed. It could already be called the elven holy tree. Of course, this was only the beginning. The elven holy tree sapling was still growing at an astonishing speed. Very quickly, it grew to a meter tall and was as thick as a thumb. However, it was still growing at an astonishing speed. 1 meter tall, 2 meters tall, 3 meters tall, 10 meters tall, 20 meters tall, 50 meters tall, 100 meters tall, 300 meters tall, 800 meters tall. It grew crazily and quickly reached a height of 1,000 meters. However, it did not stop. Between heaven and earth, endless energy continuously surged towards the elven holy tree. Then it turned into an incomparably dense life essence and was emitted. In the process of absorbing and emitting, the elven holy tree grew crazily. At this moment, there was no longer any sound at the scene. All the elves raised their heads and stared blankly at the elven holy tree growing. They were too shocked, so shocked that they had already become numb. The 1,000-meter-tall elven sacred tree had already surpassed the elven sacred tree cultivated by the elves. However, the elf clan had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate that tree. It had taken them nearly 1,000 years to cultivate it to that level. However, the elven holy tree had surpassed the elven holy tree from before in merely a short period of time. Was this a dream? However, many elves had already tried and confirmed that this was definitely not a dream, but reality. The elven sacred tree was still growing. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters. In just 3 days, the elven sacred tree had grown to several million meters tall. Its diameter was even more astonishing. From below, one could not even see the top of the enormous elven sacred tree. It covered the sky and covered a large area. At that moment, the elven holy tree's growth slowed down. Although it was still growing, it was much slower than before. The creation divine water is indeed miraculous. No wonder Senior Fei Huang said that it would definitely be able to successfully nurture the holy tree seed. Lu Ming was also full of praise in his heart. That's right, the treasure that Lu Ming had asked Fei Huang for was the creation divine water. Lu Ming had already expected the elf clan's attitude, so he planned to start with the holy tree seed. If he could successfully cultivate the holy tree seed, the elf clan's impression of him would definitely change. The reason he did this wasn't because he really cared about the elf clan's opinion of him. What he cared about was Ling Yue. Ling Yue was sandwiched between him and the elf clan, making things very difficult for her. He was trying to make things easier for Ling Yue. When he spoke of his thoughts, Fei Huang gave Lu Ming a bottle of creation divine water. She said that she had obtained it from the ruins of the universe, and that it was enough to nurture the elven sacred tree. Lu Ming had never thought that the effects of the creation divine water would be so heaven-defying. Not only was the cultivation successful, it had also allowed the elven sacred tree to grow to several million meters tall in one fell swoop. The creation divine water was simply a supreme treasure. Yet Fei Huang had given it to him so easily. His gratitude towards Fei Huang increased by another portion. I've broken through. My cultivation has broken through. My cultivation has also broken through. At this moment, a few exclamations broke the silence. The elven sacred tree was constantly emitting a vast amount of life essence. This life essence was extremely helpful to the elves. In such a short period of time, Some elves had actually broken through in their cultivation. The other elves also began to observe their own cultivations. Those elves with lower cultivation bases discovered that their cultivation bases had improved imperceptibly. Of course, there were only a few people who had broken through. Those people were already on the verge of breaking through. With the help of the elven sacred tree, they had stimulated their bloodline and broken through in one fell swoop. However, this effect was already heaven-defying. Holy tree, a holy tree that is millions of meters tall. Our clan finally has a holy tree. The rise of our clan is just around the corner. Many elves were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Some of them even shed tears of excitement. Ling Yue was also so excited that her entire body was trembling. Although the elven sacred tree that was millions of meters tall had yet to mature, it was still close. The effect was already very shocking. This could be seen from the surrounding environment. At this moment, this forest had already undergone an earth-shattering change. There were incomparably huge ancient trees everywhere. The life essence was dense, and all kinds of flowers were blooming. There were even many divine medicines in the mountain forest. Not only that, but the area outside the forest was also densely packed with trees that were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This forest was several times larger than before. If this continued, it would not be impossible for this area to once again turn into the elven palace of the past. Lu Ming, thank you. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming and said seriously. What are you thanking me for? This is what I should do. Lu Ming smiled. Oh right, where did you get that treasure? Ling Yue asked curiously. Of course I got it from the universe ruins. Ever since I left the Grand Supreme Immortal City, I've always felt sorry, so I entered the universe ruins to explore. I wanted to find a treasure that could promote the elven sacred tree and give it to you as an apology. I didn't expect that my luck was so good that I actually obtained a bottle of creation divine water. Lu Ming smiled. When he lied, his face did not turn red and his heart did not race. It was as if he was telling the truth. Creation divine water? Lu Ming, in order to obtain the creation divine water, you must have suffered a lot. Ling Yue's eyes were filled with gratitude. It's just eso. It's all worth it. Lu Ming said with a face full of affection. Chapter 45-39. After Ling Yue heard this, she was so moved that she was about to cry. She looked at Lu Ming affectionately and said, Lu Ming, you treat me so well. In the past, I misunderstood you. I believe that the other members of the elf clan will also resolve the misunderstanding with you. It's fine. Even if the whole world misunderstands me, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't misunderstand me, it's fine. Lu Ming continued. He discovered that his skin was getting thicker and thicker. It's all Dandan's fault. After hanging out with him for so long, I've been infected by him. I was originally a gentleman. Lu Ming comforted himself in his heart. In another area, Dandan inexplicably sneezed a few times. Fuck that bastard. Pfft, which guy is talking bad about me? Dandan rubbed his nose and muttered in displeasure. In the elf clan's area, Ling Yue's heart had completely melted as she affectionately grabbed Lu Ming's hand. At this moment, the people of the elf clan had finally calmed down. When they looked at Lu Ming again, the look in their eyes had changed greatly from before. Although there were still some grudges, they were already much lighter. Some of the people who already had a good impression of Lu Ming even revealed a trace of gratitude in their eyes. The seed of the holy tree was originally incomparably precious, but Lu Ming was able to give it away for free. The most important thing was that bottle of green liquid. Now, even a fool would know that the bottle of green liquid was definitely a supreme treasure. Otherwise, how could the seed of the holy tree sprout and grow to millions of meters tall in such a short period of time? One had to know that in the past, the elf clan had used all their strength and spent 1,000 years to cultivate the elven holy tree to a height of 1,000 meters. That had already consumed countless resources. The price of that bottle of green liquid was simply immeasurable. However, Lu Ming had used it. Most importantly, with the elven holy tree that was millions of meters tall, the talent of the elf clan would become higher and higher, and their cultivation speed would also become stronger and stronger. As long as they were given some time, the elf race would multiply and their population would increase. One day, they would be able to return to their peak, and walk on the path of prosperity. Because of Lu Ming, the elf race had been destroyed. Now he had given them a new lease of life. The mood of the elves was complicated, but no matter what, their view of Lu Ming had changed a lot. Yue, stay here for the time being and help our clansmen rebuild. If you need anything, just send me a message. Lu Ming said. Okay. Ling Yue nodded. The elves had just arrived and needed to be rebuilt. She was indeed needed to preside over the overall situation. After that, Lu Ming returned to the residence of the Lu family and the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming, there are still 10 years left. Spend these 10 years with your family. After 10 years, I will send you off to cultivate. Lu Ming was flying halfway when a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It was Fei Huang's voice. You're going to be sent to cultivate in 10 years? Senior, why? Lu Ming's spiritual sense fluctuated as he asked. He knew that Fei Huang could hear him. There's not much time left. The Great War is about to begin. You guys have to increase your strength as soon as possible. Right now you guys are still too weak. Fei Huang's voice continued to ring out. Lu Ming understood that the you guys that Fei Huang was talking about should include Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and the others. These were the top geniuses. However, what he didn't understand was, what did it mean that the Great War was about to begin? Was a decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace going to break out? So fast. Therefore he immediately asked, Senior, could it be that we are going to have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace? I'll tell you the specifics in 10 years. In these 10 years, I have to prepare. You should also accompany your family. It won't be so easy in the future. Fei Huang's voice rang out, and then it lowered again. Senior, Senior. Lu Ming called out continuously, but Fei Huang didn't respond. Lu Ming frowned. If even Fei Huang was a little anxious and said that the Great War was about to begin, then the matter must be very serious. The development of the matter was somewhat out of Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming originally thought that the decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace wouldn't come so soon. However, according to Fei Huang's words, it might not be too long. Although Fei Huang didn't say it, Lu Ming subconsciously thought that the decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace was about to begin. In the primitive universe, other than the great enemy that was the Heavenly Palace, were there any other enemies? With a lot on his mind, Lu Ming flew over and saw Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Myriad God, Dandan Bubbles, and the others. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and the others had a heavy expression. After seeing Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing asked, Lu Ming, you also heard Master's voice transmission, right? Xian Yanqing's previous life's Tang Qing was Fei Huang's disciple, so Xian Yanqing also addressed Fei Huang as Master. I heard it, but there are still 10 years. In these 10 years, we don't have to think too much. Let's have a good rest. Lu Ming walked over and held Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon's hands as he smiled. He had to appear relaxed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if everyone had a lot on their minds. The construction of the new residence was extremely fast. In just a few days, huge cities and huge buildings appeared on the land. The people of the Lu family, Hua Qi and his people, Pang Shi and his people, Undying Demon Lord and his people, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King and his people. These branches, big and small, would all establish a city and settle down. Then they would begin to cultivate. Everything was on the right track. I don't know how long this peace will last. I don't want to be forced to move again. Lu Ming thought silently. If a war broke out, Heaven Destroyer's base would probably not be safe and might be caught in the flames of war. But it was useless to think too much now. He could only improve his strength as soon as possible. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Every cell in his body was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the energy of heaven and earth, absorbing and refining it. But after a while Lu Ming stopped and showed a puzzled look. There's no improvement. It's still the same as before? Lu Ming whispered. He found that no matter how he absorbed and refined the energy of heaven and earth, his forbidden body didn't move and didn't improve at all. He had tried it in the primitive universe before, and it was the same when he came to Heaven Destroyer's base. It's just as the legends say. The primitive universe can only support creatures to cultivate to the first level of the Divine Lord realm. This is the highest level that the primitive universe can accommodate. After reaching the first level of the Divine Lord realm, no matter how much energy you absorb from heaven and earth, you can't improve your cultivation. No wonder all the Divine Lord realm overlords go into the universe ruins. Maybe there's an environment or treasure in the universe ruins that can improve the Divine Lord realm. Senior Fei Huang said that she would send us to cultivate 10 years later. Is it in the universe ruins? Lu Ming whispered. The primitive universe he mentioned was the universe controlled by the Heavenly Palace, not the universe ruins. Chapter 4540. The conditions in the primitive universe were very limited. Whether it was the divine qi or the various divine medicines, they couldn't support the cultivation of Divine Lord Realm experts. Those Divine Lord Realm experts who wanted to improve and climb up the ladder would choose to explore the ruins of the universe. This was the same whether it was the Heavenly Palace, the races in the universe, or the Heaven Destroyer. Forget it. I'll spend the next 10 years with Dad, Mom, Xiaoqing, and Autumn Moon. Lu Ming got up with a smile. After that, Lu Ming didn't focus on cultivation. At most, he would use the primitive ring as a reference to comprehend the primitive form. The rest of the time he would spend with his family and friends. He would accompany Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to chat about their daily lives. He would also accompany Xian Yanqing and Qiu Yue to travel around the world. In addition, he would also take time to teach Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, and his disciples. Speaking of his disciples, Lu Ming felt ashamed. Ever since he took them in as disciples, he hadn't taken the time to teach them. They were all traveling, adventuring, and cultivating alone. Most of the disciples' cultivation was done by themselves, or by seeking guidance from others. Therefore, during this rare free time, Lu Ming often took the time to focus on guiding Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, and the rest. The Heaven Destroyer's base was much better than the Taishu dynasty. In addition, Lu Ming had a lot of resources and Lu Ming's personal guidance. The cultivation of his disciples, including Lu Shenhuang and Lu Qi, improved very quickly. Not long after, Lu Qi and Ouyang Moli's cultivation reached the Divine King realm. Xiang Xiang even broke through 2 levels and reached the 8th level of the Divine King realm. Of course, their cultivation didn't stop there. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Lu Ming received Fei Huang's voice transmission again, asking him to head to the place where Fei Huang lived. At the same time, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others also received the message. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others headed towards Fei Huang's residence. At Fei Huang's residence, Lu Ming discovered that other than Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon, Ling Yue had also come. There were also Myriad God, Dandan, and Bubbles. In addition to these people, there were also some other people who were some of the top prodigies in Heaven Destroyer, such as Yiling Wush. Not long after Lu Ming and the others arrived, Fei Huang's figure appeared in front of them. This time, I called you here because I want to send you to cultivate. However, each of you will have a different training ground. According to your physique, the cultivation method you practice, the power you control, etc., you will be able to choose the most suitable training ground for you. It will be able to stimulate your potential to the maximum and allow you to improve as quickly as possible, Fei Huang said. As expected, they will go to different venues, Lu Ming whispered. He had guessed this long ago. Otherwise, Fei Huang wouldn't have asked him to spend more time with his family, Xian Yanqing, and Autumn Moon all these years. You must improve your strength as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. I'm afraid it won't be long before the war begins, Fei Huang said. Senior, what do you mean by the war is about to begin? Are we going to have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace? The one who asked was not Lu Ming, but a prodigy in Heaven Destroyer. Almost everyone was curious. This matter was what everyone was concerned about. Fei Huang was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, It's hard to say. I can't explain it clearly. Everyone was curious. What did Fei Huang's answer mean? To tell you the truth, more than 10 years ago, I received a message from the Taboo Sword Ancestor. He said that he peeked at a corner of the future. In the near future, there will be an unprecedented war, Fei Huang said. What? Everyone was shocked. They all knew who the Taboo Sword Ancestor was. That was Tang Feng, an invincible figure, and the leader of Heaven Destroyer. He actually peeked at a corner of the future. There would be a great war in the future. Moreover, they also noticed that Fei Huang used the word unprecedented. An unprecedented war. It could be seen that this war would be incomparably tragic. Everyone's face became solemn. Senior Fei Huang, did the taboo sword ancestor say who our opponent is? It should be the Heavenly Palace, right? Someone asked again. I'm not sure. You have to know that peeking into the future is extremely difficult and full of danger. The past is irreversible, and the future is full of infinite variables. It is also very difficult to peek into the future. Once you do, you will suffer a terrible backlash. Even the space-time spirit mouse, which is known to be able to control time and space, can't peek into the future. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of the target, the more difficult it is to peek into the future. The more creatures involved, the more difficult it is to peek into the future. On the contrary, the future of an ordinary person is easier to peek into, Fei Huang said with a serious face. Everyone understood this point. An ordinary person who did not cultivate only had a short lifespan of 100 years. It was very easy to peek into their future. Letting the spacetime spirit mouse, who was proficient in spacetime, go would be able to peek into their future clearly. However, if the target was a cultivator, it would be much more difficult. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it would be. And the more creatures involved, the more difficult it would be. For example, peeking into the future of a race would be extremely difficult. Previously, an Origin Realm expert of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan used spacetime techniques to peek into the future of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan. He only managed to peek into a corner of the future before suffering a backlash. He was heavily injured and has yet to recover, Fei Huang said. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's heart shook. The Origin Venerate of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan was a master of time. He had already grasped the essence of time. He had only wanted to pry into the future of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan, but he had suffered a heavy injury. One could imagine how dangerous it was to pry into the future. Of course, the Origin Venerables of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan also knew that the Heavenly Palace might move against them through that corner of the future. That's why they wanted to cooperate with us in advance. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming came to a realization. He finally understood why the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan wanted to cooperate with the Heaven Destroyer for a long time. It turned out that they had peeked into a corner of the future. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that peeking into the future is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention, Tang Feng peeked into the future of the entire universe. It's even more difficult. He was also able to peek into a corner of the future through a special opportunity. However, it was very vague. He only knew that there would be an earth-shattering war that would be extremely tragic. Countless people would die in battle. However, he couldn't see clearly who the opponent would be. It's difficult to say, Fei Huang said. Apart from the Heavenly Palace, there are no other opponents. They're probably going to have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace. I think the Heavenly Palace is afraid. They're afraid that if they continue to wait, they'll be surpassed by us. That's why they want to strike first. A few people were discussing. Senior, will the demons become our opponents? At this moment, Lu Ming asked. Chapter 45-41. Demons? Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone fell silent and pondered. Demons? I don't think so. Demons and the heavenly human race are mortal enemies. They have a common enemy with us. Why would they become our opponents? Someone asked. Lu Ming is right. We have to be careful of demons, Fei Huang said. Fei Huang said. Demons are demons after all. They are naturally savage, violent, bloodthirsty, murderous, and evil. We are only cooperating with them to keep the Heavenly Palace in check. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future when facing demons. Therefore, we have to treat them as potential enemies and guard against them. Everyone nodded seriously. If they really destroyed the Heavenly Palace, they would have to fight against the demons. Lu Ming frowned and felt a little heavy. For some reason, he felt that things weren't that simple. It wasn't like the Forbidden Sword ancestor, and Fei Huang hadn't fought against the Heavenly Palace before. According to Xian Yanqing, an earth-shattering battle had broken out with the Heavenly Palace 60 stellar years ago. That battle was incomparably tragic. Countless people died in battle. The number of experts that fell was innumerable. 2 of the heavenly palace were destroyed. 60 stellar years ago, there were still 7 heavenly palace, but now there were only 5 left. However, the forbidden sword ancestor, Tang Feng, saw a glimpse of the future and described the future battle as all previous battles. It was obvious that the battle in the future would definitely exceed 60 stellar years ago. The heavenly palace's strength now was obviously not as strong as it was 60 stellar years ago. If they really fought, how could it be unprecedented? Could it be that the demons and the heavenly palace were working together to deal with them? Or, did the heavenly human race have an unimaginable expert? They couldn't figure it out. Senior, did the sword ancestor say when the battle will break out? Dandan asked. I'm not sure. It won't be more than a stellar year. The earliest might be 10,000 years later. Fei Huang said. 10,000 years later at the earliest. Everyone was shocked. 10,000 years was simply too short. It was impossible for them to reach the peak. The amount of time left for them was simply too short. Everyone was praying in their hearts, hoping that the war would come later. It would be best if it was close to a stellar year later. With their talent, they would probably reach major accomplishment in a single stellar year. It was extremely likely for some of them to reach reciprocity. However, if it was only 10,000 years, then it was truly too short. That's why I'm sending you all to cultivate. Time is of the essence, so you must raise your strength as soon as possible. Fei Huang said. At this moment, even without Fei Huang's reminder, everyone felt a strong sense of urgency in their hearts. They wished they could quickly increase their strength in order to deal with the earth-shattering battle that was about to erupt in the near future. Xian Yanqing, after this, I will send you to the boundless devil abyss. That place is the place where I cultivated back then, and is the most suitable place for you to cultivate. Over there, you will be able to improve faster. However, it's only suitable for you to go, Fei Huang said. Yes. Xian Yanqing nodded. Then Fei Huang looked at Wan Shen. Wan Shen, I will send you to the land of the fallen gods. Legend has it that it's the burial ground of the primordial divine spirits. It's also the place where the primordial divine spirits and the celestial race fought. A large number of primordial divine spirits are buried there. Of course, it's also filled with danger. It's best if it's dangerous. I was afraid that it would just be a boring cultivation. Wan Shen chuckled, filled with battle intent. Autumn Moon, you have the sacred heart of 9 orifices. I will send you the Sea of Elemental Heart. Over there, your potential will be maximized. The sacred heart of 9 orifices is no small matter. The potential it contains is something that even I can't estimate. Since the appearance of the primitive universe, including you, there have only been 2 examples. Fei Huang looked at Autumn Moon. Many people also looked at Autumn Moon with envy. Even Fei Huang said that it was impossible to estimate. It was absolutely shocking. Senior Fei Huang, I've already opened all 9 orifices, but my potential hasn't been maximized. Autumn Moon asked curiously. The 9 orifices of the sacred heart of 9 orifices are only at the entry level, Fei Huang said. After a while, she said, someone once found an ancient book in the ruins of the universe. There were a few words in it that mentioned the sacred heart of 9 orifices. It seemed to be some kind of heaven-defying constitution from the last era, and has endless potential. Everyone was shocked. Even Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon curiously. The sacred heart of 9 orifices was actually some kind of heaven-defying constitution from the last era. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectation. Since the birth of the primitive universe, there had only been 2 examples, including Autumn Moon. The ratio was even more pitiful. Autumn Moon was also surprised. She did not expect the sacred heart of 9 orifices to have untapped potential. Bubbles, I'll take you to the Sea of Time and Space. It's the most suitable place for you to cultivate. World Turtle Dandan, I'll send you to the Myriad Transformation Ruins. That should be the ruins left behind by a powerful formation from the last era. The remnant formations left behind are incomparably exquisite, enough for you to comprehend. Elf Princess Ling Yue, I'll send you to the 10,000 Spirits Palace. It's the most suitable place for you to cultivate your elf bloodline. Next, Fei Huang made arrangements one by one. Every genius had a specific arrangement, and a place that was most suitable for them to cultivate. It could be seen that Fei Huang had spent a lot of effort during this period of time. Relatively speaking, these places are relatively safe. However, these places are all within the ruins of the universe. No one can guarantee 100% safety in the ruins of the universe. There could be danger at any time. Therefore, you must be careful when you cultivate. Take this jade talisman. If you encounter danger that you can't resist or feel that you've cultivated enough and want to leave, crush this jade talisman. Oh no, Fei Huang said. As she spoke, figures continuously walked out from her body. They were all Fei Huang's soul incarnations. A soul incarnation walked to Xian Yanqing's side. With a wave of its hand, it brought Xian Yanqing into the sky and disappeared. A soul incarnation came to Autumn Moon's side and brought Autumn Moon away. Every soul incarnation would take away a person. Very soon, there was only one person left at the scene, and that was Lu Ming. He stood there alone. Of course, there was also Fei Huang. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. After a while he asked, That Senior Fei Huang, where should I go to cultivate? Everyone had a place to go. He was the only one who hadn't been arranged. I don't know where to send you to cultivate. Fei Huang said helplessly. There's no suitable place for me to go? Lu Ming asked speechlessly. Indeed, there's no place that's particularly suitable for you to cultivate. The taboo body is rather special. It's very difficult to break through just by cultivating in seclusion. You have to face danger in actual combat in order to continuously break through and improve. Fei Huang said. Peak. Chapter 45-42. So, I can only go out and travel by myself? Lu Ming said. That's right. Moreover, with your current cultivation, you can enter the universe ruins for adventure. I can recommend you a few places. Fei Huang said. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming said. Before that, you need to have a general understanding of the universe ruins. Also, you need to know what opportunities there are in the universe ruins. Fei Huang said. Senior, please enlighten me. Lu Ming looked like he was asking for advice. The opportunities in the universe ruins are mainly divided into 6 categories. The first is weapons. The universe ruins are left behind from the War of the Last Era. Too many years have passed. Not many things can survive such a long time without rotting. Those weapons that are not high enough, such as those on par with master-grade divine weapons, will rot after such a long time. Only source-grade divine weapons can be preserved. On the path of cultivation, no matter what kind of power one cultivates, whether it is the forbidden power, the power of the heavens, the power of gods, or the chi refinement arts of the last epoch, they are all connected in the end. They all return to the origin. Therefore, there were also source-grade divine weapons in the last era. Maybe they weren't called that in the last era, but they are similar to the current source-grade divine weapons. They all contain origin. In fact, the source-grade divine weapons used by many origin realm experts in the universe are mostly obtained from the universe ruins. They are refined later on, so there are relatively few of them. Fei Huang explained in detail. Hearing Fei Huang's explanation about source-grade divine weapons, Lu Ming understood a principle. No matter what kind of power you cultivate, you have to reach the origin realm in the end. However, there are more broken source-grade divine weapons in the universe ruins, and they are easier to obtain. Complete source-grade divine weapons are extremely rare. Of course, broken source-grade divine weapons are also very precious. The materials they contain can be used to forge source-grade divine weapons. Once you come across one, you can't miss it. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming naturally nodded. Of course, he wouldn't miss out on a broken source-grade divine weapon. He had the big eater little ball with him. Even if he didn't extract the materials inside, he could still feed it to little ball. Next is the second type of opportunity, which is the most widely distributed in the universe ruins and the easiest to obtain. It is the various precious ores, metals, and other refining materials. In the last era, the great desolate continent was shattered into countless fragments, forming countless small continents in the ruins of the universe. And those precious refining materials are hidden in these continents. These refining materials won't decay. Any continent in the universe ruins might have them. You also know that the current Great Desolate Universe's level is too low. After cultivating to the first level of the Divine Lord realm, it will be very difficult to advance any further. By the same logic, the crafting materials in the primitive universe are not of high quality. Crafting materials that can be used to craft master-level magic weapons are extremely rare. And materials that can be used to craft source-grade magic weapons are even rarer. They are almost non-existent. In the universe ruins, there are many high-quality crafting materials. Now, most of the master-level magic weapons in the primitive universe are made of materials from the universe ruins. The same goes for source-grade magic weapons. Of course, there are even higher-quality crafting materials in the universe ruins. Once you come across those materials, you must not miss them. When Fei Huang spoke up to this point, she did not stop. She continued, the third type of opportunity is the various ancient records. The universe ruins were left behind by the last era. After such a long time, ordinary ancient books naturally can't be preserved. However, there are some ancient books that are refined with special methods, or made with special materials, or hidden in special places. They are protected by immortal power, and can be preserved. According to these ancient books, you can find out about the last era and understand some things about it. In fact, some of our understanding of the last era comes from these ancient books. Of course, there is also the possibility of obtaining the cultivation methods left behind by the last era, which is the Qi cultivation art. Some Qi cultivation arts are extremely mysterious and take the fortune of heaven and earth. For example, the 3 corpses art that I passed on to you is a Qi cultivation art that I obtained in the universe ruins. The 3 corpses art is actually a Qi cultivation art from the last era. Hearing Fei Huang's explanation, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. Next is the 4th type of opportunity, which is some heavenly treasures, such as the creation divine water that I gave you before. However, this type of treasure is very rare, mainly because the universe ruins have experienced a fierce war. The rules and profound meanings are extremely chaotic, so it is very difficult to breed heavenly treasures that contain life essence. It is purely dependent on luck. The 5th type of opportunity is the most important goal of all Divine Master Realm experts when they enter the universe ruins. It is the primitive gem. Primitive gem? Lu Ming asked in confusion. There is primitive qi in the Taishang Immortal City, which is completely different from the divine qi of the primitive universe. It is of a higher level than divine qi. It is the qi of heaven and earth contained in the primitive continent of the last era, which can quickly increase one's cultivation. Now there are very few places in the universe ruins that have primitive qi. However, when the primitive qi is rich to a certain extent, it will form primitive gems, which are buried underground like spirit stones and divine crystals. These Great Desolation crystals were formed during the Great Desolation continent back then. They are buried within the fragments of the continent. The energy contained within the Great Desolation crystals is not something that the Great Desolation pills in the Supreme Immortal City can compare to. They are much denser than the Great Desolation pills. The main goal of the Divine Masters of the primitive universe when they enter the universe ruins is the primitive gems. Only with the primitive gems can they continuously increase their cultivation. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for the Divine Masters to increase their cultivation. Moreover, the primitive gems will be more useful to you. You already have the origin seed and the direction is clear. You don't have to waste your energy to find the direction. As long as you continue to refine the primitive gems, you will be able to increase your cultivation. Therefore, your main goal when you enter the universe ruins is the primitive gems. Fei Huang said. It turns out that the Divine Masters rely on the primitive gems to increase their cultivation. Lu Ming finally understood. It was no wonder that all the Almighty Masters had to venture into the universe wasteland to explore. It was to search for the primordial gems. Of course, if someone constantly provided you with primitive gems, you would be able to increase your cultivation in the primitive universe. This is the 5th type of opportunity. Finally, there is the 6th type of opportunity, which is also the most important opportunity. The opportunity that makes people go crazy is the treasure that contains the origin mark, Fei Huang said. Treasure that contains the origin mark? What is that? Is it related to the origin realm? Lu Ming asked curiously. Chapter 45-43. You've guessed correctly. Treasures with origin imprints are indeed related to the origin realm. If origin realm existences want to increase their cultivation, they have to rely on their own talent to comprehend origin energy, but that's far too slow. If you have treasures with origin imprints, you can directly absorb the origin imprint within the treasure and directly increase the cultivation of origin realm existences, said Fei Huang. Fei Huang was shocked. Lu Ming was shocked. A treasure that could help reciprocity realm cultivators increase their cultivation was definitely extremely precious. Reciprocity realm experts would fight over it. It was no wonder that Fei Huang had said that this was the most important fortuitous encounter out of the 6 types of fortuitous encounters. The foundation of cultivators was their cultivation. An increase in cultivation was the greatest benefit. Any treasure that could increase cultivation was extremely valuable, let alone treasures that could increase the cultivation of origin realm experts. If he obtained one and sold it to a origin realm expert, he would be able to sell it for an astronomical price. As a result, you can keep it if you obtain it. Once you reach origin realm in the future, it'll be of great use. However, treasures with origin imprints are extremely rare, or it wouldn't be so difficult for origin realm existences in the universe to increase their cultivation. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming nodded. He understood this very well. The more valuable a treasure was, the more difficult it was to obtain and the rarer it was. Alright, that's all for the 6 types of fortuitous encounters in the ruins of the universe. I'll tell you about some of the dangers you'll encounter in the ruins of the universe. The ruins of the universe were formed from the destruction of the primeval continent in the last epoch. It can be described as an ancient battlefield. The laws and mysteries in the ruins of the universe are extremely chaotic, so it's very difficult to nurture large amounts of life. There aren't any powerful races. However, there are exceptions to everything. What exists in the ruins of the universe the most are various types of insects. These insects are tenacious, and some of them have even inherited the bloodlines of the last epoch. Under the chaotic laws and mysteries, they can constantly reproduce. As a result, you have to be careful of various insects in the ruins of the universe. Some extremely desolate continents might be inhabited by some terrifying insects. Some insects are extremely terrifying. There was once a origin realm expert who was bitten to death by a mosquito, said Fei Huang. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming became dumbfounded. A origin realm expert had been bitten to death by a mosquito in the ruins of the universe. What kind of mosquito was that? Why was it so terrifying? First of all, you have to be careful of the various insects. Also, the ruins of the universe are the battlefield of the last aeon. Countless experts have died there, so many evil things will appear. As a result, it's best if you don't go to places that you find evil or strange. Those places are often extremely dangerous. There have been many reciprocity experts who have died there. Of course, the most important thing is to be careful of the cultivators from the heavenly palace. They are the greatest danger. Lu Ming nodded as Fei Huang spoke. However, in the recent dozens of stellar years, there have been great changes in the universe ruins. The chaotic laws and Upanishads have slowly become orderly. Therefore, some of the continent fragments have given birth to some creatures and races that know how to cultivate. However, it hasn't been long, and these races haven't developed yet. They don't have many experts, so they aren't a threat. Of course, there's a lot more information about the universe ruins. I have a jade slip here with more information about the universe ruins. Take a look. With that, a jade slip appeared in Fei Huang's hand. She passed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming accepted it and sent his consciousness into it. Very soon he memorized the contents of the jade slip. Many of the information about the universe ruins surprised Lu Ming. He felt like he had been a frog in a well before. This time he had broadened his horizons. Alright, I've told you the basics. Now it's up to you to choose where you want to explore. I have a few regions here. You can choose for yourself. A jade slip appeared in Fei Huang's hand. The jade slip glowed and a huge image appeared in the air. This is a map of the universe ruins. Of course, it's not complete. It's only a portion. The universe ruins are extremely vast. Over the countless years, the Heavenly Palace, the various races of the universe, and our Heaven Destroyer have only explored a third of the universe ruins. The remaining 2/3 are unknown. The regions that light up belong to regions that have already been explored. Fei Huang introduced. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. How many years had passed since then? After so many years, the experts of the Heavenly Palace, the various races of the universe, and the Heaven Destroyer had only explored a third of the universe ruins. The remaining 2/3 were still unknown. This was just too shocking. This meant that the universe ruins were extremely vast. Another reason was that the universe ruins were extremely dangerous. Otherwise, with the lifespan of the origin realm that existed with the universe, they could explore the entire universe ruins no matter how large they were. The main reason was that it was too dangerous. When exploring, they had to be careful and cautious. Naturally, their speed was very slow. We've also divided the ruins of the universe into small regions. These regions are very far apart from each other, and there's a long void between them. This is similar to the star regions in the primitive universe. Between different star regions, there's a long dark void. Of course, the area of each small region is much, much larger than the star regions of the primitive universe. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming took a closer look. True enough, he saw that the map was divided into small and different regions. Between each region, there was a relatively long space of nothingness that separated them. Each region is different in size, characteristics, and species. Of course, the danger is also different. The closer it is to the depths of the universe ruins, the more dangerous it is. The few regions I've recommended to you are all relatively close to the periphery of the universe ruins. It's suitable for you to adventure with your current cultivation. Look, this region has some poisonous insects, but it's also rich in refining materials. Many people from the heavenly human race, the various races of the universe, and the Heaven Destroyer are exploring there. It'll be of some help to you. What do you think? Fei Huang pointed at a region that was relatively close to the periphery. Lu Ming looked at it and shook his head in the end. Fei Huang introduced again. This region is called the Six Snakes region. There's almost no exploration. Then, Fei Huang introduced 3 to 5 regions in a row, all of which were suitable for Lu Ming to explore at the moment. This region is called the Heavenly Star region. It's an area that has just been developed. It's basically occupied by the people of the Heavenly Palace. Only a few people from the Heaven Destroyer are active there. Fei Huang continued. When she introduced the Heavenly Star region, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Okay, I choose to go to the Heavenly Star region. Lu Ming said. You want to go to the Heavenly Star region? Most of the people who are active there are from the heavenly human race. Once you're in danger, you won't be able to find help. Fei Huang said. Only without help can my greatest potential be stimulated. Also, I can kill to my heart's content, because they're from the heavenly human race. A ray of cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Chapter 45-44. There was another reason why Lu Ming chose the Heavenly Star region. The Heavenly Star region was newly developed and had not been explored much. This also meant that there were more opportunities. If an area had been discovered long ago, it would have been explored thousands of times. What opportunities would there be? Especially the desolate crystals. Lu Ming's main goal for this trip was to obtain the primordial crystal. This could increase his cultivation level rapidly. Although the treasures that contained the origin mark were precious, if one's cultivation had not reached the origin realm and could not absorb them, they could only stare at them helplessly. At present, the desolate crystals were the most practical for Lu Ming. Well, since you have made your choice, let's go. Your cultivation is different. You need to go through life and death situations to continuously improve. Therefore, my soul clone will not help you. If you encounter any danger, you have to deal with it yourself. Do you understand? Fei Huang said with a solemn expression. Understood. Lu Ming nodded. Well, take this map with you. Also, take this formation disc for metal materials with you. Then you can set off. Fei Huang said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming took the map and formation disc and left without saying anything else. Before coming here, he had already said goodbye to his parents, disciples and friends, so there was no need to say goodbye. After leaving Fei Huang's residence, Lu Ming directly flew towards the depths of the universe ruins. The universe ruins. Looking at the dark and lonely universe ruins, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time he was going to explore the ruins of the universe. He couldn't help but look forward to it. What would be waiting for him? Compared to the Heaven Destroyer's station, the Heavenly Star region was naturally deeper in the universe ruins. There were several other regions in between. It was very far to go to the Heavenly Star region. Moreover, Lu Ming planned to cross the other regions. He planned to move forward through the void between the regions. Relatively speaking, the void did not have any fragments of the desolate continent. It would not give birth to any evil existences, nor would there be any insects. It was safer. The experts of the desolate universe usually went through the void between regions when they wanted to go to a certain region. This was because they did not have to worry about being attacked by other creatures in the void. They could increase their speed to the extreme. There were no wormholes in the universe ruins. This was because the laws here were chaotic. Even if the laws of the universe ruins seemed to have stabilized a lot in the past few decades, it was still extremely difficult to open a wormhole. Even experts of the space-time spirit mouse would find it difficult to open a wormhole across regions in the universe ruins. Therefore, one could only rely on himself to travel in the universe ruins. Given Lu Ming's speed, it took him a total of 7 days to reach the stellar sky area. Without hesitation, Lu Ming dashed into the territory of the Tianqing region. Once he entered the Heavenly Star area, he could see a continent floating in the air every time he flew a certain distance. These continents were all fragments of the desolate continent. Some were big and some were small. The small ones were only a few thousand kilometers. The big ones were boundless. There were also many larger-than-life planets. The scenery of the universe ruins is really different from the desolate universe. Lu Ming looked around as he flew. There were no planets in the universe ruins. There were only fragments of continents. The light source here was not a star, but a river. Yes, a river filled with flames traversing the void. Some rivers stretched endlessly, comparable to a galaxy in the desolate universe. From afar, it really looked like a river flowing in the void. It was very spectacular. But once he got close, he would feel an astonishing temperature, 1,000 times more terrifying than a star. The light source of the universe ruins relied on this flame river. He did not know how this flame river was formed. The continent ahead is not bad. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes moved and saw a huge continent floating in front of him. The size of this continent was comparable to a life planet. Lu Ming flew over and retracted his aura. He stood in the sky above the continent and observed to see if there was any danger. It's dead silent. There are no living creatures or plants. There shouldn't be any danger. Lu Ming whispered, and then landed on the continent. This continent was dead silent. As far as the eye could see, it was a kind of pitch-black stone. It's easier said than done to check if there are any precious metal mines on this vast and boundless continent. Lu Ming took out the array disc that Fei Huang gave him, and sighed in his heart. The array disc that Fei Huang gave him was called the gold-seeking array disc. It could detect if there were any precious metal mines within a certain range. The gold-seeking array disc was almost a necessary treasure to find the universe ruins. When coming to an unfamiliar continent, it could be used to find precious metal mines. However, the range of the gold-seeking array disc was very limited. Fei Huang's gold-seeking array disc was considered top-notch, but it could only detect an area with a radius of 10,000 miles. It was difficult to detect anything beyond 10,000 miles. How long would it take to detect such a large continent? Lu Ming shook his head. He didn't come here to mine, so he naturally wouldn't spend so much time to detect if there were any metal mines. If he spent a few months to detect if there were no precious metal mines at all, wouldn't it be a big loss? Lu Ming, leave the matter of detecting metal mines to me. Why do you need to use an array disc? At this moment, Qiuqiu said. Qiuqiu, how long will it take you to finish detecting such a large continent? Lu Ming asked. 1 hour is enough. Chiu said proudly. 1 hour. Good. Lu Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he could find some metal materials that could be used to forge master grade, or even origin grade divine weapons, it would be a great harvest. After all, in the primitive universe, regardless of whether it was a main-level magic weapon or a source-level magic weapon, they were all rare goods. Moreover, Lu Ming knew that there was a blacksmith master in the Heaven Exterminating Troop who could refine source-level divine weapons. He was at the origin realm. Although the success rate was very low, as long as there were enough refining materials, it would eventually succeed. Moreover, since the World Turtle Clan joined, the success rate of forging origin-grade divine weapons had greatly increased. The World Turtle Clan was proficient in rune formations, and rune formations were the foundation of forging weapons. Therefore, there were many experts in forging weapons in the World Turtle Clan. According to Dandan, one of the ancestors of the Turtle Clan in this world, could also refine source-level divine weapons. In this way, in the Heaven Destroyer, there were 2 master refiners who could forge origin-grade divine weapons. As long as there were enough materials, they could still succeed. As for master-grade divine weapons, the success rate was even higher. Chapter 45-45. Whether it was a main-grade divine weapon or an origin-grade divine weapon, the more the better. Even if Lu Ming couldn't use it himself, he could sell it to the other experts of the Heaven Destroyer. After all, in the future, an origin-grade divine weapon could greatly increase the battle prowess of an origin realm expert. Moreover, Lu Ming urgently wanted to obtain some armor-type origin-grade divine weapons. Ever since he saw Yi Chu Tianji's origin-grade divine weapon armor, Lu Ming couldn't forget about it. Its defensive power was too strong. If he could wear this kind of armor, his life-saving ability in the future battle would definitely increase by a lot. He couldn't wait for his family and friends to wear this kind of armor. Speaking of Yi Chu Tianji's origin-grade divine weapon armor, Lu Ming had previously asked the master refiner of the World Turtle Clan if it could be repaired. The answer he gave was that it could be repaired, but it lacked 2 precious metal materials. The materials that could repair the origin-grade divine weapon armor were naturally incomparably precious. They could only be found in the ruins of the universe. This time, Lu Ming also wanted to try his luck on this trip to the ruins of the universe. He wanted to see if he could find the metal materials to repair the origin-grade divine weapon armor. Lu Ming, wait for me. After saying that, Chiu flew out of Lu Ming's hand and flew into the distance. Chiu, once you encounter other creatures, return immediately. Lu Ming informed. Don't worry. Chiu's figure disappeared after saying that. Lu Ming waited on the spot. In less than half an hour, Chiu returned. Lu Ming, I found a place with a metal mine underground. Chiu said. There really is. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Chiu to a mountain peak. Although it was called a mountain peak, it was actually a protruding rock with no plants on it. I can sense that there is a metal mine under this mountain peak. Lu Ming, wait for me. I'll go down and take a look. With that said, Chiu plunged into the mountain peak. The rock was like tofu as Chiu dug out a huge hole. About 10 minutes later, Chiu flew out of the hole again. His body turned into a big round ball. He opened his mouth and a lump of metal flew out from his mouth. With a rumbling sound, the lump of metal smashed into the ground. It was as tall as a person and was incomparably heavy, causing the ground to rumble and explode. This is violet mist gold. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming hadn't spent the past 10 years in the Heaven Destroyer for nothing. He had read many ancient books and learned about some high-grade metal materials. Flowing violet mist gold was an extremely high-grade metal material that could be used to forge main-grade divine weapons. Materials that could be used to forge master-level divine weapons were already very precious. Chiu had actually created such a huge mess in such a short time. Lu Ming, there is indeed a small vein of this kind of metal below. I just ate a lot of it. These were all purified by me. Chiu said to Chiu. Lu Ming nodded. He naturally understood that Chiu had purified them. Otherwise, how could metal ores be so pure? They definitely contained many impurities. Chiu, why didn't you eat them? Lu Ming asked curiously. Given Chiu's nature, Would he obediently spit out such high-grade metal materials instead of eating them? There are too many impurities in my body. I need time to slowly digest them. I can't eat any other metal materials. Qiuqiu said with a bitter expression. Too many impurities. Is it because of the damaged source-level divine weapons you ate earlier? Lu Ming asked. Qiuqiu had eaten so many damaged source-level divine weapons and damaged main-grade divine weapons, but his cultivation was still at the 9th level of the God Emperor realm. It wasn't normal that he hadn't broken through to the God Lord realm. According to Lu Ming's deduction, Qiuqiu should have broken through to the God Lord realm long ago, or even surpassed Lu Ming's cultivation. Yes, not only damaged source-level divine weapons, but also damaged main-grade divine weapons. Eating too many of them will leave behind impurities. It was nothing before, but when I reached the 9th level of the God Emperor realm, there were too many impurities, so I couldn't evolve. Qiuqiu said with a bitter expression. Then how can you get rid of the impurities? Lu Ming asked. There are 2 ways to get rid of the impurities. One is to slowly remove them by myself, but this method takes a very long time. I estimate that it will take at least tens of thousands of years. The other is to find a precious metal material called Ice Fire Star Silver. Qiuqiu said. Ice Fire Star Silver is an essential material for forging source-level divine weapons? Lu Ming asked. Yes, that's the Ice Fire Star Silver. Qiuqiu nodded. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Ice Fire Star Silver wasn't easy to find. It was extremely precious. Because the current weapon forging masters in the primitive universe had to use Ice Fire Star Silver to forge source-level divine weapons. The Ice Fire Star Silver had an extremely special effect, which was that it could harmonize all sorts of different refining materials, allowing these different refining materials to blend together perfectly. This would greatly increase the success rate of forging source-level divine weapons. For example, if the weapon forging master in the Heaven Destroyer added Ice Fire Star Silver when he was forging source-level divine weapons, the success rate of forging source-level divine weapons would be about 20%. Without Ice Fire Star Silver, the success rate of forging source-level divine weapons would be less than 5%. Yes, even the top weapon forging masters in the universe had such a low success rate of forging source-level divine weapons. Originally, it was already extremely difficult to gather the materials needed to forge a source-grade weapon. Now that he had finally gathered all of them, there was a chance that he would fail if he tried to forge one. It would turn the precious materials into waste. But this was something that couldn't be helped. It was too difficult to find an intact source-level divine weapon in the ruins of the universe. Therefore, source-level divine weapons were so rare in the universe. Only those with great luck could obtain them. Even some Origin Realm experts didn't have source-level divine weapons. This showed how precious Ice Fire Star Silver was. After all, adding Ice Fire Star Silver in the process of forging source-level divine weapons could increase the success rate by more than 15%. And Qiuqiu needed Ice Fire Star Silver to quickly refine the impurities in its body. How much do you need? Lu Ming asked. About 5 kilograms. Qiuqiu's fairway. Hiss, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. 5 kilograms was too much. For other precious metals, a fingernail-sized piece would weigh hundreds of thousands, or even millions of kilograms. But Ice Fire Star Silver was different. It was extremely light. A fist-sized piece of Ice Fire Star Silver weighed about 1 gram. And according to Lu Ming's knowledge, one only needed to add 1 kilogram of Ice Fire Star Silver to forge a source-level divine weapon. 5 kilograms of Ice Fire Star Silver was enough to forge 10 source-level divine weapons. Qiuqiu also knew how rare Ice Fire Star Silver was. It could only say with a sad face, "Looks like I can only slowly polish it and spend tens of thousands of years to refine it. After tens of thousands of years, I don't know how many streets my cultivation will be left behind by you." Chapter 45-46. Don't worry, take your time. Lu Ming patted Qiuqiu's chubby head and comforted it. Ow. Qiuqiu continued to wear a bitter face. Qiuqiu, go and continue mining. I'll store these metals for you to eat when you break through to the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming encouraged Qiuqiu. Of course, he wouldn't let Qiuqiu store them. He would take them out to refine weapons when he returned. Of course, Qiuqiu needed encouragement. Okay. Sure enough, Qiuqiu was energized. It drilled into the ground and dug with all its might. Lu Ming followed the tunnel dug by Qiuqiu and went inside to take a look. The ground was indeed filled with sparkling purple flowing violet gold ore. Qiuqiu's body became huge. It opened its mouth and swallowed a large amount of ore into its stomach. After a while, it spat out all the impurities. What was left in its mouth was pure flowing violet gold. It's really comfortable to bring Qiuqiu to the universe ruins. Even if the other gains are small, the metal materials will definitely be a big harvest. Lu Ming smiled. What a pity. If Qiuqiu had reached the Divine Master realm, its ability to mine and purify metals would have been greatly improved. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Qiuqiu continued to mine and purify the ores with all its might. Because Lu Ming would store them for it, it would belong to it in the future, so it naturally worked hard. Lu Ming returned to the ground, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Although he couldn't increase his cultivation now, he could comprehend the primitive style. In addition, he could also comprehend the battle character manual. Half a month passed in Lu Ming's cultivation process. In this half a month, Qiuqiu had completely emptied the small underground mine and purified more than 100 million gene of flowing violet gold. More than 100 million gene of flowing violet gold was enough to refine 10 main-grade divine weapons. Of course, a main-grade divine weapon couldn't use only one material. It needed to be matched with other precious materials. But this was still a big harvest. After emptying the mine, Qiuqiu explored the entire continent, but didn't find anything else. Then, the two of them left the continent and continued to travel. Lu Ming didn't have a goal. As long as he saw a continent that he felt was alright, he would go and take a look. If he wanted to gain something, he would have to rely on luck and opportunity. It was said that the cultivators of the previous epoch liked to open up cultivation caves in various famous mountains and great rivers. In the great desolate continent of the previous era, there were countless cave dwellings of experts. Later on, they were shattered. Some of the cave dwellings might have been preserved and were scattered among the various fragments of the continent. If he found a cave left behind by an expert from the previous era on a fragment of a continent, he might make a shocking discovery. There were many such examples in history. Hence, the ruins of the universe were like an endless treasure trove, waiting to be excavated. It also attracted countless experts to enter. However, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out. Over the next few months, he and Qiuqiu explored several dozen continents, but did not make any major discoveries. There were a few continents that contained metal or veins. However, the metal was of a lower grade and could only be used to forge godly emperor or godly emperor level weapons. Lu Ming naturally didn't care about such metals. He also didn't bother to spend time for Qiuqiu to excavate them. It wasn't until 3 months later that Lu Ming and Qiuqiu discovered a precious metal on another continent. It was a metal that could be used to forge master-level weapons. Qiuqiu spent more than 10 days excavating all the metals here. In these few months, Lu Ming didn't encounter any danger, nor did he encounter any living creatures. Naturally, he didn't encounter anyone from the heavenly palace either. The ruins of the universe are really desolate, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he thought of another problem that shocked him. That was the Great War of the previous era. The Great War of the previous era had actually shattered the vast great desolate continent. This was simply unbelievable. As his understanding of the ruins of the universe deepened, Lu Ming felt more and more terrified. The ruins of the universe were too big. There were countless fragments of continents. How big would these fragments be when gathered together? How grand would it be? What kind of existence and what kind of battle power could destroy such a grand continent? In any case, it was impossible for an origin realm existence to do so. Other things aside, an origin realm existence couldn't even destroy a planet like the Dragon Clan's mother planet, let alone the great desolate continent of the previous era. Moreover, after the destruction, the laws and mysteries of the universe had been thrown into chaos for countless years. It had only slowly recovered in the recent few dozen stellar years. The influence of a great war that lasted for such a long time could be described as astonishing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the previous era was like a bottomless pit. It was unfathomable, like a cloud of fog that was difficult to see through. He shook his head and tossed these complicated thoughts out of his mind. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was because he saw a continent ahead to his right. It was extremely huge, much bigger than any continent he had encountered before. Moreover, this continent actually had plants. It was a kind of pitch-black plant. Even its leaves were pitch-black. Lu Ming flew over quickly and examined it from afar. Indeed, many places on this continent were covered in pitch-black plants. This continent can actually give birth to plants. It must be very rich in resources. I wonder if there are desolate crystals here? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Desolate crystals contained powerful energy. At the same time, they would radiate and nourish everything. There were many plants here. Perhaps they really did contain desolate crystals. However, plants might also give birth to some terrifying insects. Lu Ming was a little more careful. He concealed his aura and arrived above a forest. He released his spiritual sense and enveloped the forest, carefully observing it. There are no living creatures here. After a while, Lu Ming whispered. This forest only had plants. There were no living creatures. However, Lu Ming did not let down his guard. After all, this was the ruins of the universe. Any place could be filled with danger. In history, who knew how many experts had died in the ruins of the universe? Lu Ming obviously would not let down his guard. He continued to investigate with his spiritual sense as he flew. However, Lu Ming still did not find any living creatures after investigating a large area. Only then did Lu Ming let down his guard slightly. Perhaps this continent only gave birth to plants and did not give birth to other living creatures. Qiu, go down and check if there are any metal ores. Also look for desolate crystals. I'll go and see if there are any desolate crystals, Lu Ming said. Okay, leave it to me. After saying that, Qiu flew out and searched along the ground. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew in another direction. He could only rely on his senses to find desolate crystals. Where there were desolate crystals, the energy of heaven and earth would definitely be abnormal. It was not difficult to sense it. Lu Ming sensed as he flew. Unfortunately, after flying over half of the continent, he did not find anything abnormal. However, at this time, Qiu sent a message that he had found something. Chapter 45-47. Hearing the news from Qiu, Lu Ming immediately flew over. Lu Ming, I found a mine underground. I feel that the metals in this mine are very high grade. I'm drooling just looking at them. Qiu shouted and flew around Lu Ming excitedly. Very high grade? More high grade than the ones we found before? Lu Ming's heart stirred and he quickly asked. Yes, they are all high grade. Much more high grade. They look delicious. Qiu shouted excitedly. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming was a little impatient. More high grade than the metals he found before. Could it be a material that could be used to forge soul-level divine weapons? Lu Ming followed the tunnel that Qiu dug and kept going down. This time, the tunnel that Qiu dug was very deep. Lu Ming felt that he had flown down for hundreds of thousands of miles before finally reaching his destination. He found that the depths of the underground were pitch black. From afar, it looked like night. Could this be the ore of Black Heaven Source Gold? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Black Heaven Source Gold was an important material that could be used to forge soul-level divine weapons. Moreover, it was one of the two main materials used to forge soul-level divine weapons. The other material was called Red Blood Origin Gold. As long as there was enough Black Heaven Source Gold and Red Blood Origin Gold, as well as some other materials that were not as high grade, one could forge soul-level divine weapons. Of course, the success rate would be higher if Ice Fire Star Silver was added. This was a top-grade divine metal that could be used to forge soul-level divine weapons. He didn't expect to find such a large piece. Qiu, purify some for me to see, Lu Ming said. Without purifying it, he couldn't make an accurate judgment just by looking at the ore. Okay, but the metal content in this ore is very low. It won't be easy to purify it. It will take some time. With that, Qiu opened his mouth wide and chewed on the black ore. Large chunks of ore were swallowed by Qiu. However, it was clear that Qiu's biting speed was not as fast as before. Lu Ming gave it a try and discovered that the black ore was extremely hard. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, but he could only cut off a palm-sized piece of the ore. Lu Ming's full-powered palm strike was even sharper than some master-grade divine weapons. Yet he was only able to slice off a small piece of it. One had to know that this was only an ore, not a purified metal. Yet it was still so hard. No wonder Qiuqiu's biting speed was much slower. 2 hours later, Qiuqiu had swallowed about 100 cubic meters of ore. It stopped and began to purify. After an entire day, Qiuqiu spat out a large piece of impurities. Then a longan-sized piece of metal flew out of Qiuqiu's mouth. Lu Ming grabbed it and his arm trembled. So heavy. It was a piece of metal the size of a longan, but Lu Ming felt as if he had grabbed a planet. It's the black heavenly source gold. Sure enough, it's the black heavenly source gold. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming was ecstatic. Lu Ming, what is this metal called? It's really delicious, but I don't dare to eat it now. You keep it for me. After I refine the impurities, you can give it to me. Qiuqiu's alley. It's called the black heavenly source gold. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you. Lu Ming smiled cunningly. Unfortunately, the naive Qiuqiu couldn't tell and was immediately excited. This metal's level is too high. It's very slow for me to purify it. If my cultivation is higher, it will be faster. Lu Ming, you have to wait for me. Qiuqiu's alley. It's okay. There's no harm in waiting. Lu Ming said. Okay, I'm going to go all out. Qiuqiu pounced out excitedly and began to chew on the ore. Qiuqiu, work hard. I'll find some broken source-grade divine weapons to compensate you later. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Naturally, he couldn't give such a precious metal to Qiuqiu. The black heavenly source gold was incomparably hard. If he could collect the red blood source gold, add the ice fire star silver, and some other materials, he could find a refining master to refine source-grade divine armors. As for the broken source-grade divine weapons, although they also contained precious materials, they needed to be purified. Ordinary people couldn't do it at all. Only a top refining master could do it. It was too troublesome. He might as well give it to Qiuqiu. This time, Qiuqiu gnawed on a few thousand cubic meters of ore at once before it began to purify. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend the primitive style. The primitive ring floated above Lu Ming's head. His spiritual sense entered the primitive ring and looked at the mountains and continents inside. The primitive ring might really be refined from a fragment of the primitive continent of the last era. Moreover, it was a fragment that was in good condition. It was completely different from the fragments in the universe ruins. He could see the scenery of the primitive continent of the last era. With this as a comparison, Lu Ming had a new understanding of the primitive style every time. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Qiuqiu finally purified the ore it had eaten before, and obtained a bowl-sized lump of black heavenly source gold. Not bad, not bad. 10 more pieces of black heavenly source gold of this size will be enough to refine and source-grade divine weapon. Lu Ming smiled, and put this lump of black heavenly source gold into the primitive ring. It was naturally safer to keep such a precious treasure in the primitive ring. Qiuqiu pounced again, and gnawed on the black heavenly source gold, while Lu Ming continued to cultivate. However, a few hours later, he heard Qiuqiu's voice. Lu Ming, come and see. What is this? Qiuqiu shouted. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and appeared beside Qiuqiu in a flash. He looked forward. That is, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was an egg-sized crystal embedded in the ore wall covered in teeth marks. The crystal was milky white. Lu Ming could feel that the crystal contained an extremely dense energy. Furthermore, the crystal was constantly emitting strands of energy. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of energy. Back then, he had refined a lot of it in the Supreme Immortal City. Primitive Qi. That's right. The energy emitted by this crystal was primitive Qi. In that case, this crystal was the primitive crystal. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. He had never expected that this black heavenly source gold, or would contain a primitive crystal. He had guessed that this continent should have primitive crystals. Otherwise, it would not have nurtured so many plants. However, he had never found one before. He had not expected the primitive ring to be in the black heavenly source gold ore. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he continuously hacked at the ore, chopping it off along with the primitive crystal. Then he broke off the edge of the ore, and a complete primitive crystal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel the surging and pure energy inside. Chapter 45-48. Qiu, continue refining the Black Heaven Source Gold. If you find this kind of crystal, let me know. Lu Ming instructed Qiu before sitting down cross-legged. He was ready to absorb this desolate crystal to cultivate, and see if the desolate crystal was effective. He held the desolate crystal with both hands and circulated the forbidden energy. A strong suction force was produced. Hoo, the desolate crystal produced a wind-like sound. Then, rich and pure energy continuously flowed into Lu Ming's body. Such pure energy. It's the same as the desolate pill. Lu Ming showed a hint of joy. The energy in the desolate crystal was similar to the desolate pill in the Tai Supreme Immortal City. It was extremely pure and easy to absorb. However, the energy in the desolate crystal was many times more concentrated than the desolate pill. The rich energy was like a river that flowed into Lu Ming's body continuously. Then it was refined by Lu Ming and turned into forbidden energy. Lu Ming used about an hour to use up all the energy in the desolate crystal. My cultivation has indeed improved a little. The desolate crystal is truly mysterious. Lu Ming secretly assessed his own cultivation level. He had an even greater desire for the primordial crystal. Just one desolate crystal had increased Lu Ming's cultivation a little. Of course, he was still very far from the second level of the Divine Master Realm. In the Divine Master Realm, increasing one's cultivation by one level required a huge amount of energy. Needless to say, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. The amount of energy required to increase one's cultivation by one level was even more terrifying. However, Lu Ming estimated that he only needed about 100 desolate crystals to increase his cultivation to the peak of the first level of the Divine Master Realm. As for how many desolate crystals he would need to break through to the second level of the Divine Master Realm, it was hard to estimate. I hope there are more desolate crystals in this area. Lu Ming showed an expectant look as he comprehended and waited. However, Qiu didn't find a second desolate crystal after eating a few hundred cubic meters of ore. This disappointed Lu Ming. Is there only one desolate crystal here? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. However, there was no point in being anxious. He could only wait for Qiu to finish purifying before continuing to dig. It was impossible for him to dig by himself. The ores were too hard and the efficiency was too low. After spending an entire day, Qiu spat out another piece of Black Heaven Source Gold the size of a rice bowl, and continued to chew on it. This time, it didn't take long before Qiu cried out again, because it had discovered another desolate crystal. Lu Ming was delighted. It would appear that there was more than one great desolate crystal in this region. Instead, they were scattered all over the place. Lu Ming took down the Great Desolation Crystal, and continued to absorb and refine it. There was no need to store a treasure like the Great Desolate Crystal. Once one obtained it, one had to refine it. Only by turning it into one's own strength would one be able to bring out its value. It did not take long for Lu Ming to absorb and refine the second Desolation Crystal. His cultivation base increased by another step. Just like that, Qiu excavated and refined ores while Lu Ming cultivated and waited. Soon, Lu Ming and Qiu had stayed here for 2 years. In 2 years, the amount of Black Heaven Source Gold that Qiu had extracted was enough to refine 4 origin-grade divine weapons. As for Lu Ming, he had obtained a total of more than 50 desolate crystals. After refining all of them, his cultivation base had increased tremendously. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the first tier of the Divine Master Realm. Qiu estimates that there's about half of the Black Heaven Source Gold left in this region. If there are desolate crystals scattered all over, I can obtain about 50 more desolate crystals. That's enough for me to reach the peak of the first tier of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile. It was definitely a great opportunity to obtain such a harvest after only a few years in the cosmic ruins. He had obtained so many desolate crystals and Black Heaven Source Gold in a few years. If other Divine Master Realm existences knew about this, their eyes would turn purple with envy. It should be known that although the cosmic ruins was a treasure trove that contained endless treasures and opportunities, it was simply too big. Not to mention other things, just a random fragment of a continent was shockingly large. It was extremely difficult to find treasures in the vast ruins of the universe. Many people had wandered around the cosmic ruins for tens or hundreds of thousands of years without finding anything. Lu Ming could only obtain such a harvest because he had Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was extremely sensitive to metallic materials and ores. Even if they were hidden hundreds of thousands of miles underground, it could still sense them. The disc array that Fei Huang had given Lu Ming to sense metallic materials could not sense such a deep region at all. Without Qiuqiu, Lu Ming would not have been able to find the Black Heaven source gold and desolate crystals here. Unless Lu Ming spent a large amount of time digging holes in the ground to search. However, if he did that, the time would have to be calculated in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Just like before, Lu Ming comprehended the desolate style and battle formula while waiting for Qiuqiu. At this moment, a group of people appeared in the sky above the continent. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were actually from the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heavenly Human Tribe members looked around as soon as they arrived in the sky above the continent. The plants produced by this continent are very likely to contain desolate crystals. One of the Heavenly Human Tribe elders said. He had a high nose bridge and a broad chin. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a murderous glint in them. But this continent is so big, it will be very difficult to find it. Another middle-aged Heavenly Human Tribe man said. It doesn't matter if it's difficult or not. Once we find something, it will be a great harvest. Let's split up and search. Maybe we can even find precious metals. The Heavenly Human Tribe elder with the high nose bridge chuckled. Then he ordered the other Heavenly Human Tribe members to split up and search. Each of the Heavenly Human Tribe members had a disc array in their hands. It was refined by the master refiner of the Heavenly Palace, and was specially used to search for metals. The Heavenly Human Tribe members spread out across the continent and began to search. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The Heavenly Human Tribe members did not find anything. Could it be that this continent doesn't have any precious metals or desolate crystals? It can't be. Could it be hidden deep underground? But it's difficult to find it if it's deep underground. The Heavenly Human Tribe elder with the high nose bridge frowned as he flew while holding the disc array. Suddenly, he took out a jade talisman. It was a voice transmission jade talisman. He had just received a message. The illusory divine jade lost its effect after entering the universe ruins. The Heavenly Human Tribe members could only use voice transmission jade talismans to communicate over short distances. I found something. The Heavenly Human Tribe elder's eyes lit up. Then he flew toward the north. After some time, they arrived in the air above a dense forest. What did you find? The Heavenly Human Tribe elder with the high nose bridge asked impatiently as soon as he arrived. At this moment, the other Heavenly Human Tribe members had already gathered here. Sir, when I was searching, I found a cave below the forest. It seems to have been dug out by someone. One of the Heavenly Human Tribe members reported.